Hey, y'all there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, we
Okay.
live. We live.
All right. Hey, world. Sorry, I'm having a little technical difficulties here. So we're gonna get started here.
It is old Tay.
All righty. Uh, yeah, sorry about that. Welcome to Tit for Tat, this and that. And today we're going to be talking about slavery, the Holocaust, and cults, and how all three of these times periods in history tie into each other, and how it's echoing and paralleling the events of today and how they're playing out in our political system in America today, and also across the world, and where we're headed to if we can't stop this. Um, but anyway, I want to welcome some fam from the Short Stack Revolution. We got Bubs the God in the building.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, y'all? What's up? Y'all know what time it
And
is. Y'all see my eyes. Y'all know what time it is. What's going on?
we got Harold in the building.
Hey, what's going on? Good
And
evening
then
to everyone.
Deshaun, he should be joining us here shortly. And Miss Stevie with Styles with Miss Stevie Daytime. She should be joining us here
Yeah, she
eventually.
said she'll be joining after she gets this whole last clip together from her show today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the comments.
Oh, I see her comments right here.
Shout out to the
I'll be
queen. What's
joining.
going on? Boo.
Hey,
All
Miss.
righty. So before we get started, Bubs, Harold, y'all got anything to say about what we're going to talk about here today? Like anything before we get started? I'm going to show some video clips here that I edited. And I kind of condensed condensed these videos down and put in some talking points, and y'all have y'all talking points, and I got some in here for me just to keep me on track because I can be all over the damn place. So hey, hey, Calvin or
You're
Cecil, but that's my
all
friend
around the
Calvin.
world.
Hey, and so but
What's
I'm gonna
going
go
on,
ahead and
Cecil?
Hey, good evening.
Um,
I'm gonna go ahead and get started on these videos, and that'll take us into our discussion, our panel discussion here, and we'll see how these, how slavery um, ties in with Hitler and the Holocaust, and then how those two tie into cults,
mhm.
and then I'll stop in between, or whatever. We'll talk a little bit about it and then restart the video or whatever. But
Awesome.
here we
And
go.
make sure y'all comment too in the comments. Let us know your thoughts as well. Anything we say you
Right,
agree with or disagree, share it. This is a safe space to do so. So looking forward to the
right.
live. Baby.
And I appreciate you all here at the Short Stack Revolution. I appreciate y'all for popping in here today, and then
Oh yeah, no problem at all.
and anybody else who
Yes.
joins in, and then and the viewers. Appreciate everyone. Thanks
Yes.
for
And I
joining,
also
and please.
appreciate
I'll go ahead, Bubs.
no, I'm sorry, I just want to say this real quick. And I also appreciate one of the ops being subscribed to me. I just found that out today. So shout out to you. You know who you are. Thank you for the subscription.
Oh, we starting
Thank
out
you.
petty.
You say
Yeah,
what?
We starting out petty.
Oh, when it comes to certain individuals and certain spaces, since they giving that energy, baby, we ain't no starting off. We gonna stay petty.
Oh, okay.
No shade. That's why I said, Harold, this the time, bitch. Come on.
I heard what you said.
I'm
you
just
want to
playing.
give
I'm just playing.
you want to give a little background on that before we get started? Or are you okay?
We can go ahead and
You
go
want to give
through
a
the
little
live, and
gossip?
I'll throw it out when I need to. It's cool.
All right, all right. So our first video here is going to be on slavery, and then that'll take us into our Holocaust video. But we'll have a few little discussion in between each one, or while they're going on.
Tonight, in early America, black slaves and white indentured servants are equally exploited.
Their work is what was valuable, not their person.
Then laws begin to distinguish between black and white.
1640 is sort of the turning point where Africans are going to be treated differently.
And slavery spreads across all the colonies.
People are being considered property.
The downward spiral begins.
An entire economy based on exploitation of Africans is in place within a generation.
Before 1800, more people came to America from Africa than from anywhere else, and most of them came in chains. Their toil helped make the United States the richest nation on earth.
Slavery was no sideshow in American history. It was the main event.
America was a slave-owning country longer than it has been a free one, and the legacy of slavery haunts us still. They were from Africa and Europe. Some were enslaved, some were indentured servants. All of them were poor and exploited. Day after day, they struggled to survive the harsh world of Dutch New Amsterdam in the 1620s. Evening after evening, they gathered in taverns.
Taverns were places where you gathered to talk about your problems. And slaves would complain about their masters, and indentured servants would complain about their masters. So they had a lot of interracial bonding in these taverns.
Free Africans had come to the New World with European explorers in the 1530s. English settlers in Jamestown, Virginia, purchased 20 Africans from Dutch traders in 1619. 5 years later, the first enslaved Africans arrived in Dutch New Amsterdam. Their bondage began approximately 200 years of slavery in what would become America's northern states. The enslaved did not know if or when freedom would come. In the settlements of Virginia, Massachusetts, and New Amsterdam, slavery was undefined. There were no laws, no rules, no regulations.
It was a difficult, hard life. They are expected to work regardless of the weather, regardless of the temperature, because their work is what was valuable, not their person.
Slaves in New Amsterdam during this time have rights that we think of as unusual for enslaved people, those wages. Europeans are dependent on enslaved people, and so they need to, in a sense, appease them.
Because slavery had no legal structure, the Atlantic Creoles were able to negotiate for greater autonomy. In 1635, several of them petitioned the Dutch West India Company for wages they believed the company owed them. Anthony Portuguese sued a white merchant in 1638. A year later, Pedro Negreto and Manuel de Rus successfully sued Europeans for wages due. Court records indicate that Atlantic Creoles made the system work for them when they could.
In Europeans' religious beliefs, you were not supposed to enslave another Christian, and African people knew this and attempted to convert to Christianity. So Christianity was this space that Africans tried to build into a space of negotiation for greater freedom. And the fact that they were baptized and were practicing Christians meant nothing in terms of their status as a free people.
They hoped to use Native Americans that they found in Virginia as a labor supply. They were disappointed because the Native Americans in Virginia were powerful enough to frustrate the attempts to use them as forced laborers. It was at that point that the British turned to British laborers under the indentured servitude system.
The status of indentured white servants and indentured Africans was very similar. They were both, of course, hired for a period of time, and both could become free. And let's also say that both were treated real bad. To be an indentured servant in this country meant that you literally didn't have any rights.
3 men on the same farm, doing the same labor, being harassed and oppressed on a comparable level, to the point that these 3 men chose to flee their owner.
John Punch, Victor, and James Gregory crossed the Virginia border into southern Maryland. Days later, they were captured and returned.
Please step forward. State your names. My lord, I ask your punishment against these indentured servants.
In the colony's highest court, it was said that Hugh Gwynn's servants caused him considerable loss and prejudice.
I want you to punish them, my lord. You will serve 3 more years.
The 2 white men are sentenced to simply a number of years added to their indentures. For John Punch, the one black among these 3 men, his fate is infinitely worse. It's servitude for life.
You can see here where they're starting to turn the what they would call back then the poor whites, just like how we have like the poor whites here now. Usually a lot of them can be in our rural areas and stuff like that. But
Where I live.
Oh, okay. You can see where this is how they're starting to turn the white people against, the black people, with the exception of the wealthy, rich landowners. They're the ones with the power. But these, the whites and the blacks back then, we actually got along. We actually commingled together, even lived together, ate together, what they considered, like the poor whites. We all got along and stuff, but you can see how they're gradually turning the white people against the black people. They're pitting us against each other, and eventually, as slavery goes on, then that's where they set the white people up, like you're better than them, even though they were poor and stuff too, but so that way they can get the other white people on their side, and also to get them to actually help vote, to keep slavery and stuff in too. But this is where they're starting to kind of gradually start to turn them against us, huh?
I said they had the complexion for the protection.
Yeah.
It was clear that 1640 is sort of the turning point, the beginning of the point where Africans are going to be treated differently as opposed to whites who are indentured servants.
Rather than distinguishing people because they are unfree, people are being distinguished now because they're black or white. And that whiteness is privileging in ever increasing and beneficial ways.
Even if you get your freedom as a black person, your life is not going to be like that of a free white person. Emmanuel Drake gets his freedom. He leases land. He's got to pay many times what a white person would have paid to lease that land. He is not treated like your average free person. Race is really by now a factor and becoming a more and more significant factor.
By 1665, Maryland and New York had legalized slavery.
One of those children was named Frances, born in about 1677. Though she was free, she was bound out to serve a local blacksmith planter named John Brewer.
Frances entered the service of the blacksmith in 1694. Later that year, she found herself in court, charged by John Brewer with the sin of fornication. No partner was named. 17-year-old Frances was sentenced to 30 lashes.
The small group of elite Virginia planters have committed to the use of race slavery to expand their tobacco holdings. In 1691, they forbid free blacks from living in certain counties. If you're African American, you cannot have an education. You cannot move about freely. You cannot hold property. All of these constraints are falling in on one generation.
It's a link in a chain of slavery whereby people cannot become free. Before this, there were ways of becoming free.
Slavery is replacing indentured servitude as the labor system of choice. And by the beginning of the 18th century, it is clear that through law in the Chesapeake, slavery is being made a racially based institution, and people are being considered property.
New Amsterdam was renamed New York in 1664 after the British took over the colony. New York and other British colonies, including Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Maryland, were societies with slaves. Of the original 13 colonies, Carolina was the first in which slavery was the center of economic production, making it the first slave society. Racial slavery was sanctioned by Carolina's 1669 Constitution.
So many of the Africans who were enslaved during the 17th and 18th century were ex-soldiers. Some of them would be captured through wars or civil wars, and these victors would sell the captives off to the Europeans. This had the advantage from their point of view of reducing their numerical strength, especially the soldier population of the opponents.
Their march to the coast. Many of them had not been to the coast before. They had not seen the ocean. They see white people for the first time. Who are these people?
The expansion of slavery then is an essential part of the expansion of capitalism.
As the ships came from West Africa and people were dying, their bodies would be thrown overboard, usually in the middle of the Atlantic.
Nane yegun sao aye asasiya nane yegun sao aye.
In many African communities, there's this reverence for the ancestors and this reverence for those who are now in the spirit world, a belief that they are watching over.
That's kind of like for the people who've seen Sinners, when they were, this kind of reminded me of
I'm
the
taking my
ancestors.
headphones off because I haven't seen it, so go ahead.
Oh,
I don't want to spoil
Sorry.
it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just reminded me when they were talking about the ancestors, you know, how they bring up the ancestors and sinners. And, you know, and how Black people, how we look to the ancestors, and we still believe they're around us and are guiding us through our journeys through this world.
Yes, our guardian angels, if you will.
Yeah. But that's kind of what that reminded me of, without giving too much away. And
And I think that that is what sustained so many people at their weakest and their lowest moment.
Yegun sao aye.
For the enslaved, survival took many forms. Some pretended to be ignorant or represented their master's interests. However, many.
And in the Holocaust, this has been going on since the dawn of time. Actually, since people were able to be people, I guess, or modernized society. But this has been going on forever. But when we get to that Holocaust video, you're going to see how the dehumanization of the Jews also kind of ties into like slavery, how they treated them, how they treated us, how they treated them, and just it just all ties into each other. I had something else to say, but I lost my train of thought. Sorry. It'll come back
It happens to all of us. It's all right. It's cool.
But yeah, it's just the dehumanization, how they just thought we were not human, and then even in Germany, in Nazi Germany, and I actually think even before before the Third Reich and them came into play, even before that, I even think that the Germans thought that Black people were beneath them also, because during Hitler's reign, they also put Black people in concentration camps. They killed us and put us back into slave labor and stuff too. So it's like
that's the part they don't tell.
What you
the
say,
part
Harold?
about I said that's the part they don't tell. The part about Black people being in Nazi Germany also, they only act as if it was the Jews being mistreated, but no, it was Black people as well.
No, it was definitely Black people too. It probably wasn't a lot of Black people in Germany at that time. It still was a lot. It was, compared to what it is now. But no, they persecuted us in Germany too. But I think they just persecuted us all over the world. And
but in Europe in particular, they love to erase that part of history.
Right.
About the mistreatment of Black Europeans.
They've erased a lot of history as far as even Egypt and all of that goes, because they whitewashed the beginning of history, how they had Egypt and they got them set up like the Egyptians were basically almost white, and that's not true. The Egyptians were Black, they were Africans, but they've erased that part of history too, just like they erase history and put out it's the lion telling the story, instead of the antelope. It's the lions who are telling the story, and then they can tell the story any way they want and write whatever they want about history. But it was the Egyptians were actually here comes somebody in here. The Egyptians were here comes Deshaun. Hey, Deshaun. I guess you gonna show yourself.
Hey.
Good evening.
And the Egyptians were Black, and the rulers, the pharaohs and all of them, they were Black. They did not start off as close to white people or something, like that. That their skin tone and all of that stuff, that didn't change till thousands and thousands and thousands of years later. And we were already back then, for that time, we were still a modernized civilizations. We're the ones who built those pyramids. We're the ones who were the kings and queens and the pharaohs and stuff, like that. So we were already had a nation. We were already book smart. They had universities. They already had all that stuff back there, but they don't put that in our history books. Well, they're there. You just have to dig deep just to find it or whatever. But yeah.
Before we go forward, Deshaun, your camera is leaning over
He's
to
got
the left. It's glitching.
he's got disco lights going.
I know if y'all got what's that shit called? When you see flashes and stuff like that, what's it called? I don't know what it's called. It's sort of
Strobe
disorder or
lights.
something. Hmm.
Strobe lights.
No, I'm talking about like people who see flashing lights, they can like have a seizure or something. What is that called?
Oh,
So they can have a seizure.
Yeah, like if there's a lot of flashing lights at one time, it can like induce seizures.
Oh.
Y'all know what I'm talking about?
no.
No, it's
not
because
not to not to make you seem like you don't know what you're talking about, but no, I don't know what you I don't know
oh
what you're
no, I'm
referring
just
to.
saying because his camera. Okay, it's better now because Deshaun was doing it again. His camera is like doing this.
Did he leave? Where is Deshaun?
Oh, you got to move the comment.
He's behind the banner.
Yeah, the banner. Yeah.
Oh,
At first
okay.
it was doing this, and I'm saying if it's somebody who has that type of disorder, I forgot what it's called. They're gonna be fucked up. I don't want nobody to have a situation on the screen, in the live. Deshaun camera, but we good now. Thank you, Cecil. Yes, photosensitive epilepsy. Thank you. I was like, now I know I'm high, and I hope I ain't make an ass of myself. But thank you, Cecil, for saving me, because I was about to be like, girl, am I too high? Let me shut the hell up. And we talking about cults and shit. Oh Lord.
Okay. Hey, Deshaun. Oh, he's on silent. I can't hear you. You on mute? Sean's on mute.
No, we can't hear you. Deshaun got it all lined up and stuff. Okay, come on, line up and stuff. All right.
He's been to the bottom.
Okay, we can't hear nothing.
Tell him we can't hear you, Deshaun. Let me type.
Refused to conform. They maintained their dignity by drawing strength from their spirituality and culture.
Enslaved people had a given assignment on each day. So they usually went to work in the morning at sunrise, and a day's task in the field would be to hoe a quarter of an acre, which was 105 feet square. And people spent most of the year up to their knees in mud, bent over, tilling away at the soil under the sun.
Slaves are worked almost to death, and then they go back to Africa and they go get some more, and they're continually replenished.
Well, the more money that the white elite made, the more it was in their interest to make the slave system a kind of invincible fortress that would perpetuate the comforts of the few. And so the incentive was, for those who ran the society, to set up extensive policing systems.
A slave, especially under these circumstances, wants to survive, wants to be free. And it also doesn't take much imagination to understand the anger of being enslaved, of being held against your will, seeing your loved ones subjected to treatment that no human beings ought to experience.
The first time, your punishment was whipping. If you ran away a second time, there would be an R branded on your right cheek. The third time, one of your ears would be severed, and another R would be burned onto your left cheek for runaway. And if you ran away a fourth time, if you were a man, the punishment was castration.
Gruesome punishments that had been familiar in England were exaggerated in the slave society. The planter had to calculate that I can punish this person even if they die. I can import new people from West Africa, and I'm making so much money in this process that I can afford to do it.
The inhumane treatment says a lot, that indeed they're resisting their enslavement, that like any other human being whose rights and opportunities are being taken away, that they're going to resist and fight back.
Jimmy, newly arrived from Angola, is able to show others around him that this is not the only way to live. This can change. It may not change this time, but it will change in the future.
Under the most inhumane conditions that you can possibly imagine, people were able to maintain their human dignity. It gives you some insight into the resilience of the human spirit, that it is possible for human beings to make the decision, I will not be defeated. The country that says to the world, we bring ourselves into existence on the principle of human freedom, is founded on slavery.
By the 1750s, some 5,000 Africans a year were brought to American docks in crowded, filthy, stinking ships.
And for weeks, they are confined to these places. People being chained together. People dying and being chained to dead people for periods of time until somebody decides to take the dead people above decks and throw them into the ocean.
Some people didn't last 2 weeks, but for other people, they began mustering the human resources that it would take to figure out the predicament they had been thrown into. The planters, the exploiters, have rationalized what they're doing. They've worked it out with the law. They've worked it out with their God one way or another. And they've begun the long trek into American racism. That is to say, they have reduced these people to less than human beings, and that's the way they're going to make it work.
100 years after the first Africans arrived, most colonies were heavily dependent upon slave labor. By 1750, 250,000 enslaved blacks now made vast wealth possible for their masters.
Slavery, it seems to me, was an extraordinary goose that laid the golden egg. You had workers that you didn't have to pay, and you owned their children as soon as they were born. It's a preposterous system. All you have to do is visit one of the huge plantations in Virginia or South Carolina to see the wealth that flowed.
All of them also would have experienced a punishment. The cutting off of ears, the kind of contraptions that are placed around people to prevent running away. All of these torturous weapons are realities that enslaved people everywhere would have experienced.
Jupiter, like any child, would also have to deal with the fact that while his parents have authority over him, their authority is secondary to the authority of the slave owner. He might have to witness his mother being schooled by her owner. He would have to watch his mother being punished, being whipped, or being raped.
Jupiter, that was Thomas Jefferson's son.
Oh, Jupiter. Oh yeah, Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah,
that was his son. Huh? Oh no, that wasn't his son. That was his friend. That was, he used to play with Thomas Jefferson. He grew up with him. And then, if I remember correctly, as they were growing up, they were like close and friends and stuff like that, even though he still had to be out there working in the fields and stuff. But as they got older and Thomas Jefferson went away to college, And then he eventually, even though he wasn't as, Thomas Jefferson wasn't as brutal as the other slave owners, he still owned slaves. You know, I think he owned somewhere like 200 and something of them or whatever. And Jupiter was still his slave and had to follow him away to college. And I think that's where, I think that's where Jupiter got married at, you know, to a black woman there too, but they were still treated as slaves and stuff. So even though Thomas Jefferson was against slavery, you know, and wrote in the Constitution that he was against it and all this other type of stuff, he still maintained his slaves and still didn't get rid of his slaves, even his childhood. What'd you say, Harold?
No, I was just about to say, thus making him complicit in slavery.
Mm-hmm. Right. And it's kind of like, well, no, I'm not gonna say that. I'll go ahead and play it because I can say it. Okay.
In this lopsided balance of power, slaves found ingenious ways to resist the master. Some subtle, some overt, some suicidal. A runaway ad in 1746 describes 16-year-old Stephen Thusly. He has been much whipped, which his back will show. Another ad describes Peter as Virginia-born, running away with iron shackles on his legs.
Day after day, slaves are refusing to obey. They are saying, listen, we have our own lives. We will not go that far. We will not submit totally.
Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
In some ways, you know, Thomas Jefferson is so like America itself. Thomas Jefferson expresses opinions in the Declaration of Independence that are wonderful examples of fairness, of a belief in human dignity and human freedom. Yet Thomas Jefferson is so contradictory, because the man who writes the Declaration of Independence is the man that holds at one point almost 250 slaves or more. The country that says to the world, we bring ourselves into existence on the principle of human freedom, is the country that is in many ways founded on the principle of human slavery, supported by that principle. That's a pretty substantial contradiction.
So basically, he's saying that even in freedom, you're still slaves. Is that what he's saying?
Right. Yeah.
Even oh, you have freedom. Yes, you do. You have freedom. Oh no, you're slaves. Got your asses, basically.
But you remember them indentured? You know how you remember how it really, you know, all of that, the slavery start as far as how the, you know, America, they just carried on what was happening in Europe as far as the slaves went, even though Europe was kind of getting away from slavery and doing, you know, they were doing away with slavery by the time America was started. They had more people like indentured servants. So even over in Europe, the black folks that were over there, the Africans and stuff were over there, they were free, you know, but they were considered indentured servants. And even though they paid them very little. Now, but when they got over here, they were indentured servants too. But some of them, you know, they brought some of them over. Some of them were slaves, you know, but a lot of them were actually free. They were what they called indentured servants, just like the white folks were. They were poor, but they were indentured servants. And I think they worked somewhere between like 3 to 7 years, and then they can get their freedom or something like that. But but they still were you know, basically, even though they were paying them, you know, and they were paying them very little, they still treated them like a slave, even the blacks and the whites. But then once they got over here to America and they started having slavery over here, and they started some of them started as indentured servants and they were free, they still were really still treated like slaves, even though they can go and, like they showed them on the video, where they can go and argue for their rights and freedoms and stuff like that. And sometimes they would win, but the people, you know, they still didn't treat them like human beings. They still were, they still dehumanized them and worked them to death and stuff like that. And they paid them very, you know, meager wages, but they still treated them like slaves, you know. But eventually, you know, once they realized just how much money they, you know, how much money these landowners and stuff like that were making off of these slaves, that's when they really put slavery into force. Because at first it wasn't really enforced that much. You know, it wasn't, they didn't have laws and stuff for slavery because the Constitution wasn't written yet, but they didn't have laws and stuff like that for slavery. But they I guess through history, they knew, you know, we all know what slaves were in history all the way back in ancient times. So, you know, we knew how to treat people and break them and turn them into you know, these workhorses that we needed them to do. And then just like in today's society, you know, it's all money driven, you know, it's all capitalist type driven type.
Yeah,
and it's, you know, driven on this economy that we're going to work like the immigrants and stuff we have over here now. We're going to work these people like slaves and pay them very little, and still treat them, you know, and still dehumanize them just like we do people today.
Over there.
So, would you say, Deshaun?
I say that is very very interesting how, so basically over there in a European country, slavery already ended over there, even though they were servants. They were over. Yeah. And then when it was in America, there was still slaves in America, but over in Europe, slavery ended over there, but there was still slavery over in America or something. But the servants over there.
Yeah, in Europe they were doing away with slavery. I think they may have had maybe a few slaves, you know, like some left, but they were making laws banning slavery and stuff. But they just, instead of it being slavery, you know, calling it slavery, we're going to call it indentured servants, and we'll pay you a little bit of money, you know, or whatever, but we're still going to treat you like slaves. And then, but the thing with indentured servants is they, you know, after so many years, you know, if you were a slave, you know, just say you were an indentured servant, then you can be, or you were a slave, you can be set free after, I think it's 3 to 6, 7 years or something like that. You would get your freedom. Over in the United States, you know, once the, you know, even though it was the colonies then, it wasn't the United States at the time, it was the colonies. But the people, you know, the blacks, you know, the whites and the blacks can fight for their freedom, and a lot of times they could win it, you know, win the case, and they would get their freedom and stuff, you know, like that. But the people still treated them like slaves. Now, the thing about this, the Africans, the things about the slavery, you know, like this is some stuff that some people don't know about slavery. Now, some do know, and I'm sure y'all know, but if the white people didn't actually go over to Africa and go get us starting off, you know, it was actually the other Africans who brought this, you know, who turned over other tribes and stuff like that, or people who were who they considered criminals or bad people or whatever, or just they would go and raid other villages and stuff. It was the black people who actually, the Africans, the black Africans, the other chiefs and other what they called superior tribes or whatever would go, and they would actually take the black Africans and steal them away from their village, and they're the ones who actually originally would sell us to the white people, and you know, over in Europe. You know, that's how it started. They would sell us to them for guns and other, you know, just for goods and stuff, you know, like that. Just like now, we got black people who are, you know, a lot of them, you know, who voted for Trump or in this Republican Party and stuff, who will sell our asses, like we, you know, what we were talking about, Harold, what we were talking about in our chat yesterday, you know, whatever. How they'll sell our black asses down the river for some damn cornbread and molasses. Well, the same thing happened over in Africa. You know, the white people over in Europe, before we had America, the white people in Europe would go over and they would trade with Africans. You know, they would trade, you know, like for guns, for jewelry, you know, just whatever the hell they were trading for back then. You know, it was greed, just like it is now. You know, greed, and you know, you take the black Africans and just sell us off for a damn gun. You know, and it was because it wasn't the Europeans who actually would go up into Africa, you know, right up into these tribes and stuff. They never went nowhere near that. You know, they never went up into the tribes. They stayed back there on the beach or whatever the hell you want to call it, the ocean. You know, they stayed back there, and we're the ones who brought us to them to sell us off. Now, as it got more complicated and slavery, you know, then slavery, you know, slavery really took off in the colonies and stuff. Then they would, you know, the Europeans, which they come up a little bit further, but they never went into these tribes and got us. It was always us black folks who was bringing us to them. You know, and a lot of people don't know that. You know, they think it was just, you know, the white people went up there with their guns and stuff, and they went in there and started shooting the Africans and grabbing us out of the tribes or grabbing us through the bushes or coming up into our civilization and stuff. They thought we were, you know, they thought white people came up in there to do that. White people didn't do that. You know, the Europeans didn't do that. We brought us to them, you know, for our greed, you know, our greed.
And in modern terms, we refer to that as a sellout or a coon.
Yep.
And that's the triangular slave trade, right? That's the triangular slave trade.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
And we just carried on, just like we do now, you know. But when the colonies were started, they tried to flee Europe because they talked about religious oppression and they were oppressed and they wanted to free, and it was the taxes and it was all this other bullshit that they were talking about, you know. But the thing of it is, once they came over here, they had the same violent nature and history that Europe had, you know, from the inception of Europe. The ones that came over here, which were a lot of them were actually criminals that Queen Elizabeth sent over here. You know, she sent a lot of criminals over here.
Queen Elizabeth.
Huh?
Oh, geez. Queen Elizabeth was sending all those criminals over here too?
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth sent Queen Elizabeth, they sent criminals that were in jail. They put them on ships, and then they sent them, you know, they sent them over here. A lot of people think it was Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus didn't even step foot over here. I think he stepped foot in the Bahamas somewhere. He never came here into this part of the Americas at all. It was those first original colonists, or Quakers, whatever you want to call them. A lot of those were like criminals that had been in jail. Not all of them, but a lot of them were criminals that had been in jail. And Queen Elizabeth, they exiled them out of Europe over here. And a lot of those are the ones who started these original colonies. And so what they did was, a lot of them, you know, they carried on the same exact torture, the same exact shit that they were fleeing, they brought over here to the United States. And that's how we ended up with slavery and all of this type of stuff. You know, they just did the same shit, you know. And believe it or not, Hitler took a lot of his playbooks. He took a lot of his stuff from the slave trade, you know, of how to treat people. Not only that, you know, he took it from, you know, Russia and places like that too. But he also studied the American slave trade and the Europe slave trade, you know,
and just
in order so he can oppress his people too, huh?
And just amplified what he studied.
Oh yeah, right. Here go Miss Stevie. Hey, Miss Stevie, styled by Miss Stevie Daytime.
Hey, Stevie.
Hey,
Hi, short stack family. Hi, everyone.
I'm
I
doing good.
finally done got done. Finally, I had to
We're
edit and
glad
make
you're
sure
here.
everything
Glad
was
you're
up
here.
for next week. As I had to make sure everything was edited and up for next week's interviews and shows. We got a girl talk panel, all of that next week. But
Yeah, I heard you talking about your girl talk on your show, on your live show today, and colorism. You
yes,
were talking a lot about colorism, and then we need to get into that topic too, colorism. Oh, that's deep right there too. But yeah, I heard you talking about your your colorism experiences and your girl talk that I think you said it was four girls you have shows with them also.
yes, it's two groups. This is the new group that I'll be starting my girl talk with Friday. It'll be on the 16th. And it was originally supposed to be four of us, but one of the ladies, she had to work, got a new hour schedule and everything. So it's going to be three of us, but she's going to join us on the next one. So I'm going to do different branches, but I'm super excited for it. I can't wait.
Okay. Do you have anything you want to contribute on the slavery video that we just played? I know you probably didn't see most of it. You might have caught some of it on the tail end, but you
No,
have anything?
I heard the whipping. I seen everything. This is
Mhm.
what they're trying to erase. This is what they're trying to
Right.
pull out of the uh, Smithsonian Museum. African
Mhm.
American artifacts were removed from the Smithsonian Museum via Trump orders, the Trump administration orders. Today, the woman that's over the library in Congress, Carla, I can't remember her last name, it starts with an H, she was fired today by Donald Trump.
Mm.
So it's like any black person that's in a position to educate people. The gentleman that was over the Smithsonian Museum, he was fired too. So he's firing people left and
Oh
right. And I
wow.
was telling Deshaun today I shared that story to the chat. I was telling Deshaun today in the chat, this is their plan. Their
Exactly.
plan for the people that they are firing is to replace them with Trump
With their people.
loyalists. You've
Hmm.
got Judge Janine Pirro, who's going to be a part of the cabinet. What is it? The part of the DOJ. Now there's talks of Kash Patel. He doesn't seem serious about his job, so we're going to see how that pans out. But he's not going to get rid of him or Cash or what's her name? Pam Bondi, Hegseth. He's getting rid of none of those people. He wants loyalists. The same way Hitler, remember, he said that he wanted the type of generals that Hitler had as far as the military is concerned. And now 90 million of our tax-paying dollars will go toward him to get a fucking military parade. Who does that? Unless you're in North Korea, Kim Jong Un, tanks, droves. Do you know the destruction that would cause to the roads in DC? And the mayor of DC, she was all of us. Mayor Muriel Bowser. Her face was all of our faces because I'm just like, what? Are you crazy? They do that in North Korea and in other countries for dictators. Give them parades. What do you need tanks for? Now, today, but back to the key thing, which is slavery, and them trying to erase it. Also, 8,000 South Africans, white South Africans, will be brought into this country next week. That
Mhm.
story was also shared to the group. So the goal is to make America white. If you don't know what manifest destiny is, ladies and gentlemen, it is happening right before our very eyes. It is to make America white again. It is white victimhood. And it is to erase things like slavery, erase things like the civil rights movement. All of these things that black people we have endured because we know our oppression. We are the stars of oppression, and we
God.
should be getting the Oscars for having the most oppression. And I'm saying that sarcastically because we are the ones that have experienced it. We are the ones that have been taken from our families. We are the ones that have been on ships. Some of the slaves were pregnant and thrown off the ship, sick and all, brought into this country, separated away from their families. From the whippings that I heard in this video, that happened to us as well too. So if you don't think that black people we are out for our get back, oh yeah, we're coming for y'all's asses. And since we got the gloves off, y'all want to take the gloves off and be able to say the N word to the young lady that said that to that 5-year-old autistic boy. at the park,
Exactly.
you want
I
to
saw
say
that.
the N word. Let me tell you something. You want to say the N word? Well, the gloves are off. We can call y'all cracker ass motherfuckers. How about that?
Yeah, she said, "Oh my God, yes, I did call him an N word. You want to act like a nigga? I'm gonna show you act like a nigga. He was doing something to my son, my son. I called him a nigga. Yes, I did. Oh
And
my
now
God."
she's trying to backtrack, and you seeing the backlash that she's getting. Now she's wanting to apologize. Save your apology in your white tears.
Yeah.
When a white woman cries, white women will use their tears and weaponize their privilege against black people. And that is very dangerous for us, because all they're going to do is say, I'm going to call 911. And it's over for us. It is over. What's the issue? They're trigger happy. They're ready to pull that trigger. They're ready to declare martial law. They want our blood spilt on the streets. We're not doing that. Black people are being very strategic. So again, Alvin said it in the chat earlier. If you don't think that they're coming for black people next, you got another thing coming. And I would suggest, like, everybody do what like Kendrick Lamar says, and that is squabble up. Get ready to use your
Okay.
fists, feet, hands, elbows, everything, because they are going to try it. But also, here's the kicker. Some of the white people are being deported out of this country for disagreeing with Trump. So it's
Oh,
not just the blacks that you wanted to sock it to, but your people, your own people
they coming
that
for
you
everybody.
voted for this. They're coming for everybody. Y'all
Okay, they
didn't think
coming
it was
for
going to
everybody.
happen to y'all. But how does it, I want to say to the white people that voted for Donald Trump, how does it feel? How does it feel to feel the 400 years of pain and suffering that we as black people still are encountering to this day? Y'all are not the victims. Y'all are the colonizers. We are the victims. We have experienced it firsthand. And this is from this 34-time convicted felon, twice impeached, and a draft dodger sitting up in the White House giving executive orders to declare martial law. And he can do it at any day, any moment, any given hour of the day. Anytime he could do it. So his parade that is coming up June 14th, I say we all flood our social medias with pictures of Obama, because that's what I'm planning to do. And a lot of people are planning to do. That's a real president. And we know Trump, Obama drives him crazy because he is half of the man that you wish you could be. But see, your father and you refuse to rent to black people. Now you're talking about giving reparations to the insurrectionists of January 6th. We should be the ones getting the reparations, not them. Y'all voted and bonded over bigotry. That's what you bonded over. It is no longer the left versus the right. It is about right versus wrong. That's what it's about. So the reason why I speak with such passion,
Yeah.
because today I just found out that trans hate crimes, they're wanting to erase that out of the database. That's what they're coming for. So what else are you going to, what other type of
Say
crimes
that
against the
again.
LGBT? Yeah, it's the Human Rights Campaign. I posted that to my stories, and I think I shared it to the group as
They're
well
getting rid of
too.
the
They're trying to erase any crimes that were reported against trans people out of the database. That's what Donald Trump them are trying to do. So my advice would be, like Bubs has been saying, to any person that is in the queer community, non-binary, pan, gender non-conforming, trans femme, trans mass, whatever may have you, protect yourself. And I was telling Harold the same thing. Harold posted something about the dark entity. You know what the dark entity is, and we know
Mhm.
what to do. We know what it is.
Yep. And don't forget, Trump appoints Judge Janey, or whatever her name is, Judge
Judge
Janey.
Jeanine Pirro. Guess who
Pirro.
he's going to appoint to that cabinet next? What's his name from Fox News? Jesse Waters. Now Pete
Jesse.
Hegseth is up in the Pentagon. Jesse Waters. Jesse
That's
Waters on
the
Fox News. The Five. He's on there with the Five with I can't remember his name, but I know
I'm
Jessica Tarlov is the only one
in the
that tries to be objective. But you putting Fox News hosts into a cabinet. Pete Hegseth is in the Pentagon, whereas he should be resigning, spilling all of our American military secrets on the Signal Group app. That's what we're doing now. And now Judge
Right.
Janine Pirro will have a role in the cabinet. Who else are you going to put in your cabinet? I wouldn't be surprised, and don't say I told you so, when he probably picks Jesse Waters to go in that cabinet. I promise you. The goal is to try to make America white again. And that is manifest destiny as we all see it. And as Alvin said earlier, because I was listening to it, how they invaded and took over colonies, that's what they probably will do. Because why are y'all buying up all of this property? Why are y'all buying up all of this property? There is going to be a lot of homelessness. There's going to be a lot of people locked up because they can't be on the street and be homeless. That is the new rule. There's going to be a lot of people, homes. You're going to be asked to pay a certain amount. If you don't pay a certain amount, you're out the door.
What?
There's going to be a lot of evictions. I can see it. I can see it in the future.
Yeah.
See, you vote. This is what happens when you vote against your own interest to the Trump voters. You wanted to sock it to us, the black people. But meanwhile, we're figuring out, because we have been through this. And it's not by choice, it's by force. The same way y'all have whooped us, took us apart from our families, we're seeing that right before our very eyes today. American citizens could be deported to another country. And Republicans in Congress are sitting back like fucking robots, not saying a goddamn thing. This is America with 3 Ks. And this America doesn't want people that look like us on this panel in it. But I'll be goddamn if you try to erase my history. We will fight to the very end. And we're going to be strategic about it. So
But
if
you know
y'all think
what?
the black people just going to go and try to lay in a corner and just do what y'all want us to do and be subservient to y'all, you got another thing coming. Y'all should be kissing the ground that we walk on. The White House, our ancestors built that. Y'all sitting up in the bitch, right?
Yeah.
Everything
You
that
know,
we have contributed to in this country, black people have basically built. Y'all should be kissing the ground that we walk on, not the other way around. Y'all are not the victims. Y'all are the colonizers. That's what y'all are.
Yeah,
White South Africans out here thanking Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And all the meanwhile, he do the same thing. He could probably do the same thing to y'all's asses that he's doing to the voters that voted for him as well, too. Taking your 401k. And I say this and I say this again. It's almost like I'm a broken record at this point. You voted to sock it to the libs, but you're socking it to yourself. It's not the economy, stupid. The economy was booming and doing everything that it was supposed to do under Biden. You could sleep well at night under Sleepy Joe, couldn't you? But since trans people came in the picture, we have been the center focus. We have been the Beyonce of y'all's conversation. We have been the center focus. If it's not us, then it is the liberals. It's the Marxist liberals, the woke liberals. Now y'all got a problem with the Pope being black or part black. Y'all got a problem with that. That's the same smoke y'all have for Kamala. Is she black or did she turn black? Because I could have sworn this man sat up at the NABJ event and said that this woman turned black. She's a black woman, period. The one drop rule applies. She's black. And the Pope is too. The same smoke y'all gave to the Pope, y'all gave the Duchess Sussex, Meghan. Anybody that's a person of color in these beautiful elite positions, royal positions, president, queen, duchess, Pope, y'all got a problem with, because y'all know we gonna shake the table. And the reason why y'all are shook is because the Pope don't like your boy and his eyeliner, and he damn sure don't like the one that's got the comb over and the fucking orange bronzer.
It's not even that. Look. Now Trump is also going to teach college students about this. Watch. Next school year, thousands of high school students in Oklahoma will be required to learn about Trump's debunked claims that that the 2020 election was tainted by fraud. The lessons will not be part of the course on conspiracy theories, but an official component of a new social studies curriculum. It identifies in 2020 elections result looking at the graphics of information, including sudden halting and ballot counting and selecting cities, key battleground states, insecurity risks of molten balloting, sudden batch dumps, and unforeseen record numbers of voters, and unpredicted or unapprehended what is it called? Concentration of Bewilder County Trans.
Yeah, that's going to be a part of the curriculum.
That he about him winning the election, correct, Deshaun? I'm so glad you mentioned that. Ryan Walters in Oklahoma. You said Oklahoma. That is going to be what the new lesson that they're going to teach the children about. Is how Donald
But
Trump won the 2020 election. We all know that
but
that's a goddamn lie.
but
You
where are they going to produce those
lost.
receipts though?
Exactly. I'm Whitney in this bitch. Where are the receipts?
Are they going to
Where
doctor them
are
up?
the receipts?
Are they
In
going to
the
doctor them up to fit their narrative?
I'm gonna tell you the idea is. Let me tell you, this is all connected now. Donald Trump is gonna have a, you gotta have a baby by force by. He will give you a prize, which is $1,000 to have all these babies.
$5,000 baby bonus. Correct.
Okay. And then Trump is also going to segregate the schools, so he's going to definitely do segregation on that and segregation of everyone. And also Donald Trump. So it's all connected to brainwash the younger generation that is coming up by babies. They're going back to artificial racism, where they are artificially social constructing, because the families that are listening to this lying propaganda of lies, of conspiracy theories and shit like that, they're going to have kids where their kids are going to be growing up like this. And that's what they create that. And that's the reason why. And bringing 8,000 more white people over here that is actually, because they're not South African, they're genomes, like I said, and I said what I said, coming over here in America to make like I said, make America white again. So they're trying to make this control, brainwash white people to actually hate us and try to control us again. No, but it's not going to work because we already know your freaking games. You won't last a minute. You won't last. I promise. You won't. There's going to be a purge that's going to happen. Trust me. All these lies that's up in this country. Really? And these motherfuckers go with it. You know, the saddest part is they go with it, but they're going to perish. They're definitely going to perish. Because fools, listen, lack of understanding, like I said, the lack of understanding, you will perish. You'll definitely perish. I hope they get
That's what it is. It's indoctrination. Have you believed the alternate truth, or as Kellyanne Conway would say, alternative facts? We know that you lost this 2020 election. We know that you lost. You lost, and not even by a whisker. You didn't win by a landslide, sweetie. You lost. You lost. Take it on the chin. But see, if I lose, I might not leave. Were those not his words? And what is he going to do now, ladies and gentlemen? Trump 2028, does that ring a bell? This man is planning to circumvent the Constitution and run again a third term. Now, the 22nd Amendment clearly says that no president in history is not allowed more than 2 terms. You only get 2, Donald. That's it.
He's circumventing the Constitution.
So
he's not paying the Constitution no attention. Yeah, he's circumventing just like Hitler did. He circumvented their Constitution. Trump is doing the same thing. Trump and the Republicans, we here in America now, we are following Trump is following about 80% of the exact same stuff that Hitler did. And what we were talking about before we went live, me and Harold and Bubs, what we were talking about it, the Americans are following through Trump and the Republicans, we're headed in the same direction as the Holocaust. You know, it might not be as extreme, but it's going to be somewhere very close to it. It's going to be very dangerous for us here because we really are not stopping this, and we're following the same road, the same one-way road all the way there, where we're talking, we're doing this, whatever, but we're really not doing anything. I heard today, I was listening to Richard Wolff, and he was saying he was talking to the high up Democrats, in the Senate and in the House and higher ups and the ones with money and all this type of stuff. He said that they told him, that they don't know what to do. They're scared. They say, we don't know what to do with this. We don't know what to do, which that's terrifying for the country, because if our politicians in our government cannot get us out of this, and that's the same thing that would happen in Germany. They didn't know what to do. They sat back, there was the, it's just like over here, we have the Democratic Party. They had the Socialist Party and the which actually the Socialist Party actually turned into Hitler's party, but they had different parties, but none of them knew what to do, which same thing with Trump and us. They didn't know what to do. And there was half of the population who had voted, who had voted for Hitler in as chancellor, who wanted, even though it was their president who actually commissioned Hitler to be the chancellor. But just like over here, we're really not doing anything about it because we don't know what to do. There's this half of us, I'm gonna just say, like the Democratic Party and and then you got the Republican Party over here. They had different parties over there, but they don't know what to do. And then eventually their Socialist Party, which became Hitler's party, our Republican Party would be like theirs, and they joined Hitler's, and that half of the people who voted for, just say like the half that voted for Trump, half of the country voted for Hitler. The majority of our country did not vote for Trump because a large majority of our population stayed home. But the part that did vote for Trump, it's equivalent to the in that time, it's equivalent to that, those people over there voting for Hitler. And we're saying the same thing. Oh, they were saying the same thing. Oh, we're going to turn into this type of country. It's going to be so-and-so. It's going to be so-and-so. And then you got that other half over there who voted for Hitler, which would be our KKK and our Proud Boys and, those other groups and the Republicans, this whole group of white people. Hitler turned like our equivalent of the KKK, who their people would have been, the Nazis and stuff like that. He turned them into military people when they weren't even military people. And so he turned they turned them into military people, and they're the ones who turned against the country and helped Hitler do the atrocities and stuff that he did. And we're following the same thing here with Trump. We're allowing that half of the country that voted for Trump, he's going to militarize them, and even though we have our own military, a lot of them have infiltrated our military. A lot of them have infiltrated our judges. They're infiltrated our schools, all of that type of thing. They've infiltrated our media, and so when you start taking that and you take all of them and you turn, and they're going to be the ones who turn us into another civil war, I guess, or whatever. But they're following Trump blindly, and he's going to use them to his advantage to help him attack the American people. And we're really not doing anything. And when you got our elected officials saying we don't really know what to do, we don't know what to do to stop this. We don't know. We're in trouble.
They're terrified. They are terrified of him. because Trump and Elon Musk, not just the fact of Elon threatening to primary them, but their family members. And I can understand that if it's your family members that are in danger, but you got to fight. You got to put yourself out there on the line. The same way Holly Berry was in that 911 movie when her son was kidnapped. That's how we got to be for your family. You need to be the same exact way. I don't care if your family, well, I do care, but you need to put country over party and do the right thing. Stop bending down and kissing the ring. Stop being cowards. Your constituents even are calling on you to do it at town halls. But y'all are like robots. Y'all have been instructed not to say anything. So I'm so glad that Alvin is doing this broadcast on cults. I have been wanting to study more of the occult, more than just witchcraft and Charles Manson. And then, of course, last but certainly not least, David Koresh. David Koresh. Another one, Jim Jones. They have you believing that I am your white savior. I'm here to save you, white people. These people have we'll get into that later. But the Republican Party, y'all have been programmed to not say anything about Donald Trump. Do not critique him. And I revealed that bombshell on the show last week. I think it was this week with Anthony Antone. I said that Roland Martin was instructed by CNN. He got a letter from CNN saying, do not critique Donald Trump. Why not? Y'all can be critical of Kamala, but you can't be critical of him. And that's what the Republicans are doing. If you say anything or speak out of turn or anything, you'll be primaried. So what? Primary me. Speak up and stand up, because the more you continue to be quiet, the more fascism is creeping. It's in our doorsteps. It's in our living rooms. It's in our doctor's offices. It's in our mail. Because remember, one of the stories, they said they're going to track down immigrants through the mail. Like, what? That's your focus? Y'all are cowards. And I hope you lose the next election. Oops, my bad. There won't be no more elections in this country. Because this man said that
That's
he's
what I'm
not
going to
leaving.
say. It's not going to matter.
So y'all talking about midterms, y'all talking about 2028 and him running or whatever. This man is not leaving. And the only way he will leave is impeachment and removal. Tell me, why is it Rep.
They're
Al
not going to do
Green,
that.
who some of y'all voted to censure? Yeah, y'all scared. Y'all could have jumped right on board, united together. Y'all have the House, y'all have the Senate, y'all have the highest court of the land. Why not put your heads together and fight? But like Alvin said, y'all are not going to do it. Y'all are not going to do it because y'all are terrified of this 78-year-old draft dodger whose stomach pokes the fuck out like Winnie the Pooh when he's playing golf.
Yeah, it's the impeachment.
Robin's neighborhood. I'm sorry.
The impeachment is, it didn't happen in when they impeached him. They impeached him before, and unless they actually vote after the impeachment, unless they actually vote to remove him from office, then it does nothing.
Honestly, I don't even think an impeachment would do anything, because he was impeached twice before.
It need to be impeachment and removal. Pull his ass on up out of there.
But they're not going to do it. And that's what happened. You know what? But that's the same shit that happened in Germany. Even though we have impeachment, they had other practices. But they voted to keep Hitler. Even with his crazy shit that he was doing, and the country was scared of him. When you see this video on it, you're gonna see how all this ties in. But even all the white people who weren't, even the Jewish in them, even though they were coming after the Jewish, but there was still prominent Jewish people. But there was still all the white people that, they were like, oh, that doesn't apply to me. Oh, yeah, we see that he's doing this. Oh, yeah, this is horrible. This is so and so. Oh, we don't want him as so and so, so and so. But there's really nothing I can do. So are we just until he came for them? But you would see how many people were saying, journalists, um, um, you know, our equivalent to their parliament, people on their parliament and stuff like that. They were saying the same stuff that we're saying. Like, oh, we don't know what to do, and we don't want him as this, and this he's destroying the country, so and so. But they eventually, a lot of them defected over to his side because they were scared. Well, we better come on over there because that way he don't get us, which eventually he got them too. But until the United States and other parts of Europe and stuff intervene, to help fight, to help fight that. But it took us forever. It took us years before we joined that because we were kind of accomplice to it and stuff because we were getting stuff out of it.
Yep.
But that's why I believe that all the information that we're going to learn about during this live, which I do appreciate, because again, we need that in order to learn. That's the point. We have to learn. We have to learn. There were some things that were said in the video that was shared where it kind of struck me a little bit. And again, to y'all's point, it's a parallel world, but trying to merge into our actual reality. It was something that was said where they mentioned that these individuals eventually got to a point where they made everything right with the government, and then they made everything right with God. So that's why there's a lot of this white nationalist Christian movement on the rise that's pushing against all this equality. These individuals have already made it right with the government, or they're in the process of making it right with the government today. The same thing with their faith. Kill empathy, destroy empathy. Empathy is weak. Do not use empathy. Just all these negative narratives that are very anti-Christ. I'm grateful for this live because it's going to show not just or remind not just us as individuals like Queen Stevie, who said that we are the ones who have lived this experience over multiple generations energetically. Now the individuals who have made the choice, like you said, T for T, to whether you're going to have to go to the left or to the right in reference to, are you going to stand on the side of humanity or stand on the side of individuals who are low vibrational, evil, capitalistic, patriarchal, and want to do everything to conquer you, and not just you, but your future generation as well. And there are some people who are going to be so afraid that they're going to side with the beast. And for you Christians, have we not forgotten about the mark of the beast? Remember all that talk about the mark of the beast and where it's going to be upon your head? And I'm wearing a hat now, but it don't say what they wear on their heads. It's like, again, these people are using ignorance and fear to their advantage. And no shade, this is a epic energetic ego death for America because no shade, we're long overdue for that. And we low-key had some in the past, but as past continues to show us, which they want to erase, is the fact that there's always been certain groups of people that were willing to make progress, who were always the marginalized and the oppressed, again, coming up with their terms and what they wanted. And guess what? They would respond with, well, some of you niggas just gonna have to be slaves, but some of you can be indentured servants, which is just a higher version of a slave. It's like, again, the house nigga and the field nigga. The house nigga gets treated better, but you still a nigga.
And that's
But because you
also
are a house nigga, now you feel uppity and have this arrogance about yourself to where now you're talking down on other individuals. So, and also too, I think again, because there were people who were indentured servants, because even though they were indentured servants, they were still treated like shit. They just had the opportunity to treat the slaves like shit. But for those who were indentured servants and those who were slaves who understood the struggle together and connected, they started to work with each other, and that started to build resistance. And they did not want that, because this whole empire has been built off of people, And for the people who are saying, oh, well, for the black people, I don't know why y'all saying this, and for the gay people, I don't know why y'all saying this. Like, we ain't even doing that anymore. Oh, wow, anymore? That's what you think? That's what you believe?
Anymore, huh?
So for those individuals, especially those who are white, who are saying, oh, well, y'all need to let go of racism and stuff like that. Okay, when did racism die? When was the day that racism died collectively where everybody in America said, you know what? Let's stop this racist shit. Let me know. Was it the day when MLK was unalived? When was this? Can somebody
I don't
give
think
me
it's
a
ever died.
plausible answer?
It never
Because
died.
whenever, huh?
I'm
I
gonna
don't think
tell
it's
you,
ever died.
Yeah, but to these
it
individuals,
never
they
died.
believe that it. But to these individuals, they have been told to believe that it is dead, and that black people are the only
I'm
ones
gonna
that are keeping these old bones
see.
awake. But that's the gag of it all. Now that we're here, like I said, everybody about to know what it feels like to be a nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody about to know what it feels like to be a fagate, okay, a all the other slurs or whatever. And what's so crazy is that, hold on, I got to sneeze. Sorry, Lord. But the crazy part about it is the fact that when the shit hits the fan, y'all gonna be asking us questions of survival. And all that I'm going to say is, in the words of Iyanla Van Zant, you don't get to speak to me like that ever again. Meaning that if you want to learn, you better do what the fuck we're doing right now, looking at history. That is the point of history, to learn from it. These individuals are afraid. They're the ones that are afraid. They're more afraid of us than we are of them, because they know that we are the actual people, which is why they have to put all these things in place and want to start off very small with the degenerates and the undesirables of society. Start with them first. Start with black folk first. Kill that melanin first. Press us down, but we pop up. Press us down, but we always pop the fuck back up. So for us as black people, because we understand how this script goes, we have a upper hand in this situation. It's the people who have privilege who gonna lose their fucking minds. So that's why I say for us, we have to start doing things that are different now, different conversations. How are we gonna mobilize? How are we gonna strategize? How are we gonna be able to, most importantly, protect ourselves? Because for individuals like us who are standing in our truth, we are going to have targets on our back for a bunch of other weak ass bitches who are struggling in their faith and want to use other people to validate to God, or people outside of them who can talk to God as if though I'm following the word. But if we were to look at what the fuck you were doing late in the midnight hour, very interesting. There's a bunch of information I've been learning about certain people in even in the gospel industry, gospel sector, girl, that's doing all type of lewd and lascivious, horrendous ass stuff. But you would never know, because again, these individuals are the leaders of the church. They are the shepherd of the flock, and they have been the ones that society and these powers that be have put in place to be the middle ground between you and God. That you're not good enough. You got to do
Right.
this and you got to do that, i.e., look at the ex gays. So, again, there are people who are fear based now. And if we continue to go into this cycle every fucking time, I feel like we're going to manifest low key our own destruction collectively, because we don't want to work through certain things. The fact that these individuals are doing this, and the people who love this country and benefit from this country, and the middle class who is on, and y'all losing all that shit, why are y'all not doing y'all own insurrections? Why are y'all not using y'all white privilege to be able to change shit? Because Trump and his cronies did exactly that, with no fear in their hearts, willing to die. And then when they got into the center of the building and claimed it, because again, it's colonization, they thanked God and Jesus for that. Meanwhile, white Jesus did not stop the hand of the slave master as he was whipping. Did you hear how fucking loud those cracks was in the whips? Did y'all hear that when they were playing the video?
Yeah.
Now, motherfuckers gonna have a problem, girl, if we Django remix this shit and we start whooping the shit out of motherfuckers while Sada Baby playing in the background, bitch. Work, bitch. Off a perk, bitch. Just going the fuck off. So, yes, we have to do something different because we don't have enough time, y'all. it is literally the end games, and I'm afraid for a lot of people. And the sad part about this, and I think we as individuals who want to survive this, we have to accept this fact. This is what our ancestors accepted. It's with those who did their demonstrations of peace during the civil rights movement had to accept. And every single one of us is going to have to accept, because now it could be any one of us. We are going to have to start having more conversations, and I know that people don't like it, around death. That is the only way that I feel we're going to be able to survive this, because America is going through an ego death. And because Americans don't want to learn, because of all this fucking information that we have, that we've been sharing, that again, receipt after receipt after receipt after receipt after receipt. Y'all tell black people, oh, well, y'all dumb and y'all stupid and y'all ignorant. Pull yourself up from your bootstraps. So black people start becoming more creative and started creating shit to assimilate, to be able to grow in the system. And then they end up doing 2 to 3 times better than their white peer, and still don't have the honor to be able to live a privileged, I mean, a full life, or even a privileged life, because of the color of their skin, or who they love, or something that you don't understand. But again, we here now. So I just want everybody else to see, look, we started off with slavery. We started off with the niggas. We started off with the niggas. You guys always starting off with y'all. You black people always love doing that. Okay, we started off with that. We got that on out the way, because that's what the hell we're going to talk about in the beginning of this, because we are black. And we are also queer. So we're going to honor our history that y'all keep erasing. And no shade, even black people have erased queer contributions to the black community. So we're going to do the real thing and actually honor and solidify that. But baby, we're going to talk about the Holocaust. We're going to talk about cults, baby. We're going to go all around the world, baby. It ain't just black people and white people with cults, baby. It's all around the motherfucking world. And it's y'all already, look at all them damn white people. Ain't no nigga in sight, girl. Look at them. Ain't none. Ain't nan nigga in sight. But that's why I say, and I'm getting ready to land my plane. Again, ultimately, and I'm gonna keep saying this throughout the live, we have to learn how to love ourselves. That's it. That's it. Because if you don't love yourself, if you don't know who you are, again, like Tifa T said, the government, oh, we don't know what to do. We don't know. Now you stuck. Now somebody can come in and manipulate you and take control. And if I can make you scared as fuck and terrify the hell out of you and make you so damn confused, I can then offer the remedy, and you will pay me as much or do whatever the fuck I tell you in order for you to get out of the realm of fear. Just look at how organized religion works. No shade. But I'm done.
Anybody else?
Yeah, and also they can also put you into your low vibration, where you have no choice but to submit to them, or they can kill you if they want to. You know. But also, what I don't understand is, if you want to make America white again, how come you're not shipping us back to Africa? You shipped all the Mexicans, all of them, back to Mexico.
Wait a
But that's what
minute.
I
I
want to
got
say real
something for
quick.
that, Deshaun, because they love to tell us to go back to Africa. When y'all bring y'all advances down here, you know what we can do to y'all?
Go back to Africa where you belong.
Yeah, but listen.
Go back.
I kind of want to say this real quick, and I forgot it. So thank you for saying that real quick. I'm sorry. I just want to say this real quick. To your point, when they're doing this level of work in reference to like slavery, or just having a slave class, they will get the motherfuckers from somewhere else or ship them somewhere else. Germany, they shipped a lot of them to Poland. Again, all of the people that are immigrants to Venezuela and all these, they're shipping these people out. That's one thing they've been doing. So it's funny that you said that, because now they're going to start shipping American citizens and those who don't agree to these concentration camps. So again, history is literally repeating its fucking self. So the question is, what the fuck are we going to do? Because this is not something that we can just read in a book or watch on fucking TikTok or something and be like, oh, that's so sad, and then scroll the fuck up and doom scroll. No, baby, it's going to be doom and gloom outside of all this shit. No shade, because I think somebody said on the panel that eventually this motherfucker could call martial law at any chosen time that he wants to. That could be during this
Right.
fucking live. Hell, I live in fucking Michigan. Shit going on with Canada and them putting tariffs and expenses and taxes on top of electricity. I could be talking to y'all and shit go dark.
Oh damn! Just like Africa, lights out. All right.
Like this is real life shit. This is not a game, everyone. This is not a drill. This is real fucking life. And you would have thought people would have learned the first fucking time. What they say happens once, shame on you. Happened twice. I'm gonna say it how Alexis K. Tyler say it. I think Deshaun gonna like this, and then I'm done. Queen Drip says, if you fool me once, I mean, shame on, how she say it? 'Cause now I'm fucking it up. Now when I'm getting to the end, bitch, you fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me a third time, you just a dumbass bitch.
Yeah.
And we on time 845. So baby, how many times you gotta slam your motherfucking head against the fucking concrete wall? This my face right now, girl. Just what?
No. Oh
Not be
God.
done.
No, not here.
Our ass just looking at us like, what the fuck is you niggas doing? With this damn thin ass, choppy ass bang. Bang.
Oh my gosh.
Girl, look like BMI and drag. Okay, let me shut up. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Lay it down. Go lit.
I mean, I just said it. He can declare. Bubs just said it too. He can declare martial law at any moment. You see, they are snatching up people, disappearing people. But praise the Lord that the courts are saying, you know what, we're gonna toss this and we're gonna give these people back to their families. Kilmar has not been brought back into the United States, but you want to bring 8,000 white South Africans to the United States of America. Next week, they're going to be here. There's pictures of them holding up signs thanking Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Elon Musk was a part of apartheid.
Oh, he was behind it. He was definitely behind that.
Yeah.
Bringing on from South Africa. Nothing
Father,
but whites. That's it. Okay.
whites only. That's manifest destiny. It goes back to what Buzz was saying earlier about white Christian nationalism and white fear. That's exactly what it's about. 8,000 white South Africans.
So you
But you
telling
can't even
me
bring people that are legally here, born into the United States of America, back into the United States. Now you have what's this architect, Stephen Miller, who's one of the architects, the Heritage Foundation Project 2025. This man just said today, hey, and I just posted this. Let me go find that story. This is what they're planning to do right now. So, no due process. You're going to legally deport people out of this country who are here legally. Now, Trump is actively looking at suspending habeas corpus, which would allow government to arrest, exile, detain, and even unalive any of us with no trial, no lawyer, and no judge ever from hearing from you. This is the death of freedom in America.
Ooh, that's the
what it
enabling act that they did, and that's like the enabling act they did in Germany, just like it. The enabling act.
And what's crazy to me is you got motherfuckers sitting here saying that if an illegal immigrant is gonna come from another country here, then they need to make sure they do the process. But what if it's Jesus Christ? Jesus Christ would still have to go through the thing to be able to make it into the country. Meanwhile, you got a bunch of white European South Africans who are coming over here, and they're going to completely overshadow the individuals who literally went through the proper protocols and channels to get to the fucking country, bitch. And they just get a pass? Oh, because they white and they got a sponsor.
And that is just
this is what the fuck I be talking about like white supremacy in our fucking face. That's why they know it's their country. It's always been their country. It's never been ours. It's never been ours. We built it, but they're never going to give it to us. But if we built it, we should see if you girl, no shade. If you're going to build for your oppressor, it would be smart to be able to have something built for your ass that's fail safe just in case some shit pop the fuck off. Wouldn't that be smart? You're the builder. He don't know what the fuck going on. You don't know what the fuck you doing. He's dumb his damn self. He too busy going out and fucking the damn slaves on the damn plantation and doing other shit as a free white man would do. He wasn't doing the manual labor. He wasn't constructing. He wasn't doing anything to build. So again, we gonna have to be smart, smarter than this. And we now have the ability to tap into shit that our ancestors don't have. We have AI. We have the internet to be able to educate us and help us to grow and expand our minds. And the fact that there are younger black people like Think Peace Tribe, shout out to him. He's an individual who does a lot of pro-black content, but also is pro-humanity. Because if you're for humanity, you're going to be all lives matter for real, not just as a saying to, oh, well, against Black Lives Matter. You would really be about all lives matter because, dumbass, if you say that all lives matter, okay, bitch, yes, all lives matter. So why are y'all over here arguing and pushing against and resisting the Black lives? If all lives matter, what's going on? But see, again, they've made it right with the government. They're currently making it right with God. And once they make it right with God and God has told them that you can slay these motherfuckers in my name, they're going to go forth and do that. And baby, we not ready for that shit, especially the black community. I'm low-key nervous because we already fractured as fuck. We're not as strong as we was during the civil rights movement. So I don't even know what's gonna happen to us. Because we already in a fucked up state anyway.
Yeah.
So but I'm done. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then we got quite a few defectors in the black community defecting over to trying to be white adjacent and defected over to the Republican Party. So, you know, I don't know what the hell is going to happen if, you know, I don't know. It just seems like we're heading right down that road, the one-way road to, you know, to fascism. Who knows how that's going to play out? You know, it's going to, who knows how it's going to play out, you know, if we're gonna have to get, you know, come down to fighting, you know, another civil war with ourselves.
It's unfortunate. Like, it's really sad that you know, we're right where we're at again, because these people listen to freaking conspiracy theories.
Demagogue.
Said it again?
They sit up there and binge watch Fox News all day, listen to Tucker Carlson, Pierce Morgan, sit up there and listen to Ben Shapiro, sit up there and listen to Charlie Kirk, and they take this red meat in, and it enrages them, and it makes them angry to go out and cause harm to black people and any other person who's marginalized in this country. They sit up there and say, well, trans people are the enemy. Blacks are the enemy. Jewish people are the enemy. Any other group, Indian, Hispanic, Asian American, Korean, they are the enemy. But if it is white, it's all right. If you rich, you all right. If you are part of the billionaire white boys club, which is the Republican Party, because if you look at the differences, the parallels between the two, the Democratic Party, where there's so much diversity in there, everything is not like a sheet. It's not all white. And then, as Al just said, the ones who want to be white adjacent. For my city of South Carolina, you got Tim Scott, who I said, and I'll keep saying it over and over again, I love this guy. Lindsey Graham is Donald Trump's golf buddy. So what are they going to do about it? Again, y'all are cowards. Someone just asked under my post, what can we do about it? Why is nobody doing anything? Democrats have limited power. Republicans have everything: the House, the Senate, and they have the Supreme Court. They have all of the branches of government. Donald Trump is trying to consolidate even more power to himself. You're bypassing the judges, federal and the Supreme Court, the ones who granted you the immunity from crimes committed. This man has committed so many crimes and has been able to get off scotch-free. That is the power of white privilege and fear. And he is weaponizing that government the same way that the Heritage Foundation put the battery into his back to enable him to do these things. And Stephen Miller is the one that is turning back the clock of years worth of work that Black people and other marginalized groups have contributed to this country. The architect is Stephen Miller. And if not Stephen Miller, then it is Russ Vought. If not Russ Vought, then it is the other gentleman who was also a part of the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation, and I've went back and I've watched the training videos. Remember the training video that they came out with, and we saw that leak during the election. It wasn't supposed to be out there. He threw a fit about it. The Republicans threw a fit about it. Like, no, we knew what y'all were up to. Y'all know I'm a glamour girl, right? I love getting my makeup and hair done. Tell me why some of them women and they look like salmon. They don't got no color in their face.
A bunch of Walking Dead motherfuckers.
They look half dead.
Yeah.
No color, dull, lifeless. Put some color in your cheek.
Vampire ass bitches. Throw some garlic on their ass or something.
It's like bland food.
Bland, dull, no color, no seasoning.
Blueberries in the macaroni and cheese.
Right, blueberry macaroni and cheese.
Dragon fruit in the damn potato salad. Bitch, what?
Or raisins in the potato salad. Raisins.
Now, raisins ain't bad a little bit. Raisins is okay a little bit with certain things, but not everything. And I don't want none of that crunchy ass green bean casserole. I'll be trying to eat that shit down there and be choking and shit because it don't fall apart. Girl, you want some of this green bean casserole? No, thank you. I might as well eat the box.
You know what? I never even tried casserole. I never in my life tried casserole.
Don't do
any
it,
type
girl.
of
Don't do it.
Ever?
Don't do it.
But you never tried any casserole?
No, not any type. My mother never made casserole. She doesn't make casserole. I never.
God bless her.
I love casseroles.
If it's green bean casserole with that like orange little crunchy shit on top that gets soggy real fast, don't eat that shit.
Oh, I like that. Those are the onions. I like that. Those are the fried, the fried onions. Oh,
Well,
yeah, that gives
the way I had some of this shit that tastes, it was like they motherfucking put the onions in their mouth and then put it back out on the thing. Cause I'd be like, I don't want to eat that.
They probably say, "Oh, it's an added flavor."
That's why you don't eat at everybody's house.
It just makes the best flavor. I just, just a little flavor to it.
Yeah.
Sean,
I mean, if I was a colonizer, I guess I would just have bland food too.
No seasoning. None.
Sean, why we can't see you? I need to see you falling all over the place.
Wait, hold up.
Yeah, I like.
Look at Deshaun. Look at him. Look at him. He got to shape up everything.
Look
Look at him.
reactions. I can
Look
hear
at
his
him.
reactions, but I want to see his reactions.
You guys a little set up together. We so happy. We just got to get him on his channel and so he can start going the fuck off and shit.
Is
for
the stream working? Is the stream working on YouTube, y'all? Is the stream acting up on YouTube? Can y'all tell? Because it seems like it's dragging on my end a lot.
No. No. It just might be your connection personally, I think, T for T. Because over here on my end, I'm good.
It looks good. Okay. Because it seemed like on my end, it just seems like it's like dragging and skipping and all type of shit. Okay. Are we ready to move on to this to the Hitler Holocaust? And then
go grab my little snack real quick. I got the munchies, but go ahead.
Okay.
Now my eyes is low.
And then y'all see, huh?
But this gun is loaded.
See. Oh, go ahead.
I was saying that Bubs' eye is low, and them eyes is low. He is up. I know the whole room is surrounded with clouds. He is on clouds.
Oh no, not really. No, not really. I got a what is it? I think it's called a dehumidifier or something. I have something here that kind of takes care of the smoke or whatever. But yes, my eyes are low. But just because my eyes are low, what do they say about those who be the quiet ones? Those be the most dangerous. I just be sitting there calculating, just looking. That's all. Yeah, but go ahead.
So, y'all see in this video here how it tied, how some of all that dehumanization, how they got, people to conform, and how this ties into cults, and you'll see exactly where we are today, how Trump is following Hitler's, Germany following Hitler's playbook. Probably a good 70-80% of Trump is following it, and it seems like we're going right there. But it's very interesting.
Oh, he likes
You
Al
think you
Capone
know
too,
Adolf Hitler?
by the way.
You've never seen him like this before. Hitler's contemporaries, from his birth in Braunau to his death in the bunker, authentically flesh out the picture. Who was Hitler? Hitler neither finished school nor had any vocational training. He occasionally lived in homeless shelters or on the street. He refused to pursue a regular job. To this day, it seems inexplicable that he could come to power. Out of nowhere, Hitler became the Führer, leader of the German Reich, one of the most powerful men of the 20th century, starting an inferno that engulfed the world and brought death to millions of people. The nation worshipped him and followed him blindly into the abyss. But during his lifetime, he kept his origins and his life secret. No one should know how or who he was. Fascinating and oppressive accounts from companions, friends, and enemies, as well as the most extensive collection of archive material ever shown. Much of it, hitherto unpublished, reveal who Hitler was and how he could become what he was. A notorious liar and an unscrupulous murderer.
I never loved my father, but feared him all the more. Adolf Hitler, Table Talk, recorded by his secretary, Christa Schroeder.
My brother Adolf provoked my father to such extremes that he was beaten every day.
In his stories, his youth played a big part. He was a poor student. Albert Speer, the Kranzberg Protocol.
After 5 years at elementary school, in 1900, Adolf Hitler, aged 11, begins secondary school in the city of Linz. Adolf Hitler has to repeat his first year at secondary school due to poor grades.
I remember the scrawny, pale boy who commuted every day between Linz and Leonding fairly well. He was definitely talented on the one hand, but was not in control of himself. He was considered rebellious, and he didn't work hard.
At the secondary school in Linz, there is a strident, widespread pan-German nationalism among the teachers. They want to join the united, strong German Reich of Bismarck, who is greatly admired.
Adolf was a great fan of Bismarck, classmate of Hitler's.
Although this nonsense also exists in other countries, racial ideology, and with it anti-Semitism, had its center of power in Old Austria. In contrast to Vienna, in Western Austria there were hardly any Jews.
In 1906, Wittgenstein begins his studies in Berlin. In 1904, Clara Hitler has to send her son Adolf, who due to bad grades is again in danger of not moving upper class, to the state secondary school in Steyr. After 9 years, Adolf Hitler finishes school without graduating. For the following 3 years, he lives in Linz on his mother's pension, not really doing anything.
All of his relatives considered him worthless, a person who shied away from any gainful employment from the start.
In Vienna, Hitler shares an apartment with Kubitschek and prepares for a second attempt to get into the Academy of Art.
The Führer knew the Viennese well. They're a disgusting pack, made up of a mixture of Poles, Czechs, Jews, and Germans.
He loved Vienna, but not the Viennese. That's how I describe his attitude.
In 1910, there were more than 175,000 practicing Jews living in Vienna. According to the criteria of racial anti-Semitism, which refers solely to ancestry regardless of the practice of religion, the number of Jews is much higher.
I am now fairly sure that Vienna was the most anti-Semitic city that I've ever lived in. Egon Schwartz, Viennese Jew.
The town's mayor was Dr. Karl Lueger, a lawyer, a passionate German nationalist, a known anti-Semite, and the founder of the Christian Social Party that represented people in German-speaking Austria.
Oh, in Vienna there are Jews like sand at the seaside. Everywhere nothing but Jews.
Karl Lueger was the role model from whom he learned the effectiveness of anti-Semitic agitation.
I never got out of Hitler the reason for his fanatical hatred of Jews. The experience with Jewish officers during the World War couldn't have contributed to this.
What does that sound like? The way we're talking about the immigrants now, which the way they talked about black folks, you know, they same stuff they would say about us, the blacks, the slaves and stuff, or even after slavery, you know, still the way they talk about us, you know, and the way they're talking about the immigrants now. And it's just like, we don't even, just like what they said about, they don't know why Hitler had such hate, you know, why he hated the Jews so much. It's the same thing. What, you know, what about why, you know, why do the Republicans and, you know, that wing of the party and why do they hate
immigrants so
or despise black people so much, you know, or why do they despise people of color so much, you know, and it all goes down, it boils down to, you know, greed and, you know, a lot of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Fritz Wiedemann.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say this real quick. Yeah, and it's so interesting because, like you said, as far as what they're saying about the immigrants and how everything is kind of like similar in a sense. Well, what's very interesting to me is that as we have just learned that Hitler ass was an individual that didn't nobody like his ass, girl. He was the fucking outcast, girl. He was trash,
Right.
girl. He didn't know how to fit in with society, girl. So it's very interesting that these individuals are getting into these positions of power, i.e. Donald Trump. His own family don't like his ass. As far as other people in his family, people close to him, like his own mama said, you know, I would hate for this nigga to become president. And look what the fuck's happening. So you have broken people who have found a way to get into high positions of power. And if you make a broken person your president, if you make Barabbas your fucking president, it shows the moral value and viewpoints that you share along with that, which makes you also an individual that is also broken as well. A bunch of broken motherfuckers, instead of trying to fix shit, just trying to break shit even more and then gag when everything falls apart. Well, why did it fall apart? Because you broke it, dumbass. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And
it's like it's a pathocracy. You know, Germany turned into a pathocracy, a theocracy and a pathocracy, and America has turned into a pathocracy, and we're headed toward a theocracy also. But we got pathological. You know, Hitler was pathological. Trump is pathological. People who Trump is appointing to his cabinets and stuff like that in high positions, they're pathological. Same thing with Hitler. You know, a lot of them, they were pathological, and they turned our society into a pathocracy, ruled by pathological dictators. Go ahead, Harold.
No, I was just about to say, and if I'm remembering correctly, Donald Trump doesn't have much of an education background either. Like Hitler, he also is living off the pension of his parents. Like Hitler, he was the outcast of the family. So, as we can see, there is absolutely many similarities in regards to those two.
100% right, and he was the outcast. His father really favored the other brother, but when the other brother didn't live up to his father's expectations, that's when he turned to Trump and started grooming him. And and we know that Trump's father was a Nazi. So his grandfather was a Nazi, and then they came over here and brought that same bullshit. And we know
And they
that
became
Trump,
they became Klansmen.
right, and we know that Trump studied Hitler's book, we know he studied and read Hitler's book, Mein Kampf. So we know where he's getting a lot of this shit from.
And now I wonder, you know, if his quest for power, especially with him becoming the president twice, I wonder if that is in some way trying to make his family or his father proud for the lack of the man that he was. Because again, I can only imagine how the fuck this nigga feel, especially when your dad came to you because you the second choice. Because the first one ain't work out. So now I'm putting all this shit into you and giving you the best that I got, which was not enough. So it's just very interesting. And now he's in this position of power. Again, broken people in positions of power will break everything else, especially if they are not healed. We need people who know who the fuck they are and are aligned in positions of power, especially if they're going to govern over a group of people who unfortunately do not know how to govern over themselves. That's the sad part. But yeah.
Lieutenant.
Initially engaged by the police to supply information on the NSDAP, Hitler quickly takes on the leading role in the party. He recognizes that he has talent as a public speaker, and his skills in art and architecture enable him to lay out a modern image of the party. He designs the swastika flag. He is impressed by the March to Rome by Mussolini and the fascists in Italy and attempts to copy it. But Hitler's attempted coup of 1923 fails, and he spends more than a year in jail, during which time he writes Mein Kampf.
All we knew was that one wind was blowing in from the east and another from the west, and that the storm was blowing all around the earth. But the capital of our new German Republic was also like a bubbling cauldron. You could not see who was heating the cauldron. You just saw him boiling cheerfully and felt the ever-increasing heat. All were hated. The Jews, the capitalists, the landowners, the communists, the military, the homeowners, the workers, the unemployed, the Black Reichswehr, the control commissions, the politicians, the department stores, and, once again, the Jews. It was an orgy of hate speech, and the Republic was weak, barely perceptible. That had to end in a terrible crash.
The one thing that keeps me going is the hope of revenge, even though it is still very far away.
In the second volume of Mein Kampf, he will voice the threat of wanting to execute several tens of thousands of so-called November criminals. The Reichswehr was created out of the armies of Imperial Prussia, Bavaria, Saxony, and Württemberg. The Bavarian army becomes a melting pot for anti-republican forces. During this period, Hitler grows more radical.
At the end of my lecture, a small group came over. They seemed captivated by a man in their midst who spoke to them without interruption, in a strange guttural voice and with growing passion.
One day, I had the opportunity to talk to a large audience, and what I had always instinctively felt without knowing it turned out to be true. I could speak in public. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
Herr Hitler is, I might say, a born people's orator, who, through his fanaticism and his popular presence in the gathering, compels his audience to listen and think.
The architectural painter Hitler sketches a party flag in the Old Reich colors of black, red, and white, with a swastika in the middle. This is a popular symbol in nationalist circles.
The swastika as a symbol of the work, the white as a sign of our national attitude, and the red as a sign of our true social thought. In the cross, however, there must be a deeper meaning, namely the spirit which signifies labor in this world, the spirit of the idealism of Aryanism, and not the spirit of the Jew. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
Shortly after the cop putsch, I saw someone scribbling strange figures in his notebook. A few strokes that could be shaped into a symmetrical, box-like ornament. I was tempted to do the same. "What is that?" I asked him in a whisper. Anti-Semitic insignia. The Earhart troops wore them on their helmets. It means Jews out. You have to know this.
At a protest rally on Königsplatz in Munich on August the 16th, 1922, Hitler speaks with other leaders of nationalist unity movements. During the rally, the SA appear for the first time in public as a paramilitary formation with their own flag.
Because right now, here in Munich, a movement is starting so strong that all young, powerful, and healthy forces are attracted to it. It is the National Socialist German Workers' Party. To make it.
Does that sound like what's, like what's happening with us here, with those forever Trumpsters, the MAGAs and all of that stuff forming their, and just like the Tea Party, and the young, it was like these young, a lot of it was these young, white, disgruntled men at first, then the women, but, a lot of disgruntled, unhappy people with what they figured the way the country is going, and that it's becoming more and more colored, more and more the white people are kind of not producing as many babies and stuff, like that, but the country is becoming more and more colored, and that's scaring them. And the same thing what they're talking about the Jews, they're applying that to the immigrants, and like people of color and black folks and stuff like that.
Absolutely clear. We're anti-Semites.
Actually, the seeds were already sown in 1923. The mass rallies, the storm battalions, their own newspaper, the swastika. Apart from Himmler and Goebbels, the core of the coming leadership of the party.
The orator Hitler is still flirting with his future role.
And that swastika, the MAGA hats, all of that's equivalent to those. That's equivalent to those swastikas and their symbol that they made over in Germany. And Trump has made the MAGA hats. It's the red,
with the white text.
Yeah, and that's it's parallel. It's just it's different, but it's the same. It's crazy, and with the people that are following him, like Hitler with his Heil Hitler and stuff, and Trump with his, Make America Great Again. It's his slogan. I mean, it's the same bullshit.
May the 4th, 1923. What can save Germany is a dictatorship of national will and national resoluteness. This raises the question, is the right personality present? Our task is not to look for that person. He is either delivered from heaven or not delivered at all. Adolf Hitler.
What does that sound like? The people worshiping Trump like a cult. You remember, how they're saying that he's from God?
Yes.
That God sent Trump and
Jesus gave the baton to him.
Right. And people are, they're setting Trump up like he's Jesus. Oh.
Girl, if he Jesus, who the fuck is Satan?
Nikki Giovanni said it best. He is a mix of Hitler, and if Satan was to have a baby, if Satan and Hitler had a baby, it would be Donald Trump. Shout outs to the late Nikki
So
Giovanni.
you saying that Donald Trump, Donald Trump is the love child of Satan and Saddam Hussein from South Park? Oh my God.
Yes.
Yeah. Just only difference is we don't know, Trump. We don't know that Trump has killed anybody because we know Hitler commissioned a lot of deaths, but we don't know if Trump did that. But other than that, he's kind of following that playbook. But we can get there.
Not yet.
But see, that was the goal. That was the goal on January the 6th to conquer and destroy anything that was in those insurrectionist path. So in the event that someone was unalived, on the quote unquote opposing side, so be it. That is, or that was a part of their manifesto that they're trying to carry out.
And they let them all, and they pardoned them, let them all out of jail. Most of them all out of jail and pardon them. They're going to become his military.
And
You know,
imagine
along
what
with the other defectors and people in the Republic, they're the ones that are going to become his military that he's going to use to when he enforces the brings back the Insurrection Act, which is equivalent to their Enabler Act, whatever. I think it's the Enabling Act from over there. But he's going to use the people who voted for him and those insurrectionists and all of them to help him pull out his evil plot.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And Lord, I'm about to lose my damn thought. Oh, I just had it. Oh shit. It was something I was. Never mind, I lost it. Damn, it was right there. As soon as I was getting ready to speak. Yeah, I'm
I be
sorry.
doing the same thing, fumbling over my words and forgetting what I'm gonna say.
No, but it was a point that I wanted to make. It was a point that I wanted to make. But we can just continue to go. It'll come back to me. It's cool.
The German economy collapses. In August 1923, hyperinflation sets in.
Everything is getting worse. Famine. A loaf of bread, 140 billion. Then reduced again to 80 billion.
Same thing that's happening over here. We're talking about the price of eggs and
we are currently
inflation, all this
experiencing
other type of stuff. Same thing. That's how it happened over there. Stuff. Or not. Jobs. They were losing their jobs, and it's like. And then they get disgruntled and unhappy, and then they rise up and they want to go against the party that's actually helping them, and they go and side with the party that's really against them, but they're not realizing that. And then some of them are uneducated and too stupid to realize that. But there's other ones who are educated and stuff, but they get so disgruntled and unhappy with what they think the way the country is going, so they go and vote against the party that's actually for them, and then they bring in the power, these dictators and stuff, people like Trump and Hitler, Mussolini, all of them, Stalin, all of them,
Mm-hmm. And I think I found my point that I wanted to say, and thank you for saying that. When you were talking about how Trump was pardoning these insurrectionists, what type of sign or clarion call do you think that sends to other white men and white women who feel the exact same way but are afraid of the repercussions of that? That's to let them know that, look, even if you do this shit, we gonna find a way to get your ass out. And if we finesse this in the way that we want to, y'all ain't gonna never worry about being put in there.
Right.
Because you're going to be incentivized, again, the proximity to that power and control through the realm of whiteness. You're going to be able to get a pass. And again, with Kyle Rittenhouse, I think that's his name, right? The one dude who went out and shot during the riots or whatever. How they literally buy this man, this boy beer.
Right.
They congratulate him. They're happy. George Zimmerman, they still sign Arizona tea cans and fucking Skittle bags for this man. So again, it's like if they're putting that out there, that's again letting white America know that we getting ready to go back to some shit. But if you want to be on our side and be connected to the power, you're gonna have to do what we do. Again, it's another rebrand of colonizing. Look again at the 80s. We're literally going through that whole situation now. 80s just remixed. The war against drugs, the war on crime, the war down the exact same fucking path. It's just crazy. It's very crazy. But go ahead.
Famine everywhere.
The writer Ernst Jünger in the Völkische Beobachter newspaper, September the 23rd, 1923. The real revolution has not even begun yet.
It is marching forward, unstoppable. Its banner is the swastika. It will replace words with deeds, ink with blood, the pen with the sword.
Interview with the Daily Mail newspaper, October the 2nd, 1923. If a Mussolini were to appear in Germany, then the people would fall on their knees and worship him more than Mussolini has ever been worshipped. Adolf Hitler.
Munich, November the 9th, 1923. The day before yesterday, Hitler promised General von Lossow and Colonel von Seisser personally that he would not undertake anything. The answer to this word of honor was given last night when, with pistol in hand, Hitler extorted a declaration in favor of a national dictatorship from General State Commissioner von Kahr, General von Lossow, and Colonel von Seisser. At the same time, the ministers present were taken into custody by Hitler's people.
Leading the column, as in 1923, are Adolf Hitler.
And what's happening? What were we talking about earlier, Stevie and Harold and Deshaun? In the chat, where they're arresting, they're arresting Democrats and stuff now. They're arresting the
yes,
governors and different senators and whatever the other ones are called. Shit.
Anyone who's speaking
Congress, Democrat Congress. That's why there's nothing in there in that Congress. The only one is there is that black dude with that long hair. I forgot his name. The one with the long curly hair, the light skinned dude that was preaching and stuff.
Green,
don't give up the fight. Huh?
Was it Al Green?
I think that's him. Yeah, the one with the just like my I just saw him like a couple days ago,
and he got a ponytail that goes down the back of his head.
Yeah, that's him.
Kind of wavy. That's Al Green.
That's him. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
And that's what they're talking about right here. They're talking about they're coming after people who oppose Trump. Same thing with Hitler. People who oppose Hitler and this party that he wants to bring into power. They're slowly, simultaneously going after them, and they're locking them up. And you'll see in here where they done killed people before, but following Putin's path. But or Putin's following his path, but that's what they're doing now. They're going to lock up the press. They're locking up the government, people in the government, and and then they'll start coming for the rest of us. People who oppose them on social media. They're going to shut down. They'll start shutting down different media platforms and stuff, and only implement. And then implement their state-run media. Like Fox News and whatever that channel, whatever that media thing that Trump has now, and then X Twitter or whatever, they'll be using those, and then they'll end up shutting down the rest of the platforms or anybody that opposes them, and only put out the information out there that they want people to have.
And you know what? Because they want to get revenge, because they couldn't say what they wanted to say back then when President Obama was president, because the thing is, they be saying the most heinous stuff back then, the day that President Obama was elected and stuff like that, with his 2 terms and stuff. They're like, I gotta say something, but I can't say it because I'll be muted. So they take their revenge. They're trying to take their revenge. Like, now I'm in control. Now you can't say anything. The left, you can't say anything, because if you do, you're muted. And that's exactly what they're doing as well. And let me tell you something else. The people that are also racist, did you know that at the time that Obama was actually president, that they had their own little group, they had their own little secret site where they can say racist stuff of black people? Like, I can't stand these niggers. I wish they got cut up. I can't stand these niggers. I can't wait until we say something one day. And one day we're going to say something to these niggers and all that other stuff that they be saying. I actually, MT showed me the site. MT, I mean, he's a black gay dude with his friend the day, because I'm on the Google chat, and he showed me a site where it's like their own little group. And now that Trump is president, now they can talk now. Now they're like, ooh, it's a fresh. Yeah, I've been waiting. I wanted to say this all these years.
Me too, Billie Jean. I've been wanting to say this as well. Oh my God, I can't stand them naggers. Oh my God, Benny. But you know, one of them tried to talk to me yesterday, and I said, "Oh my God," I had to grab my purse, had my revolver and everything. I was about to blow that Negroid's head off, but he kind of backed away, yeah, because he knew what was going on. Okay, Trump 2028. But see, my man. Oh, he gonna be safe because he voted for Donald Trump. Cause see, mommy, he gonna be right there helping them immigrants go right to the concentration camps. Cause see, mommy,
Hitler and Hermann Göring.
Report of the local station to Federal State Police Command. At 12:30 on November the 9th, 1923, Police Station Vorstadtmitte 2 was deployed to Theatinerstrasse to defend against an advance by Hitler troops. The police had just arrived when wild shouting and screaming began on Residenzstrasse. I hurried around Feldherrn Hall with my squad and noticed that the counterattack of the Hitler troops had penetrated our post. As we attacked our opponents, we were met with mounted bayonets and loaded rifles and pistols.
Adolf Hitler writes Mein Kampf during his confinement in Landsberg prison in the year 1924 and continues in the months after his release.
So I decided not only to clarify the goals of our movement, but also to draw a picture of its development. With that, I also had the chance to give a representation of my own development. Adolf Hitler, foreword to Mein Kampf.
The biographical parts of his book are to a great extent exaggerated and unverified. However, his political goals are deadly serious. His view of the world is voluntaristic. He sees it as he wants to see it. Hitler's political gospel is derived from a primitive Darwinian idea of a struggle for existence. It reflects the permanent fight for survival of all against all, transferred from nature to human society. This struggle is a selection process in which so-called high-quality races have a better chance of survival. At its head is supposedly a white person of the Nordic race of Aryans that Hitler glorifies as the founders of culture. Like most anti-Semites before him, Hitler believes in a Jewish race, disguised as a religious community. He sees Jews in history as being parasites in the bodies of other nations, and as contaminators of the blood of the Aryan race.
Girl, what?
For hours, the black-haired Jew boy waits to ambush the unsuspecting girl whom he pollutes with his blood and thus steals her from her people. With the same hidden agenda, destroying the hated white race with the inevitable resulting bastardization.
That's what they would say about black folks. You know, that's why how the KKK came into, you know, basically came into place. They say that to save their precious, fragile white women from the black men, you know, the ones, the slaves that were escaping, and a lot of those, a lot of the mistress, you know, the slave owners' wives and whatever, you know, they were actually forcing black, you know, the black Africans to have sex with them, you know, and then they would end up, some of them would end up having babies by those black, by the Africans. And what they would do was they would kill the African, you know, they would kill the slave, and then sometimes they would kill the woman too, because that was an embarrassment to them, you know, that a black child was born from this white woman.
Yeah, it was a betrayal.
Yeah.
But he can go
And then
skeet
they
in the slaves though, and he good, and
Hmm.
she can get a house on the at the end of the motherfucking plantation after
yeah,
he done busted some.
right.
The
What?
And so
the
they would
mindset of it all is
You
so
know what?
interesting because
Let me hold on. Let me tell you something. See, this is what gets me angry because
Eating
of these white
these,
folk.
eating these,
Let me tell
eat
you,
water.
these motherfucking genomes. I'm telling you, bro. How you hating? How you hate something that you having sex with? You hate
Be-
something so bad you want to have sex with them.
yeah,
You
because
said that they're
that's
disgusting. You said that they are nothing but monkeys. You said all that other shit. But you, at the same breath, you dumb ass, hoe ass, cracker hunky ass, weird ass, disgusting ass, clown ass, freaking jackal ass motherfuckers want to have sex with the freaking slaves, which don't even make any sense. That lets me know you're the dumbest race. You are the retarded race. You are the no good race. You think that you're smart, but you're not. You are actually the lowest educators of a freaking race, and you always have the worst, poorest decisions when it comes to being white.
because again, when you are born with privilege, you don't have to learn about the rest of the world. These motherfuckers want the rest of the world to learn about them. That's the interesting part. But see, individuals who think that way eventually end up destroying themselves because even though Hitler did what he did, it all came tumbling down to where he had to face his own fucking ego death. You know what I'm saying? And y'all over here talking about, oh, you know, they're gonna try to pollute the blood with the Aryan blood or whatever. Let's not forget about how them same as white women who was fucking on them slaves. Maybe if the slave master was putting it the fuck down like he was supposed to, she wouldn't have to be going out in the middle of the night to go get dog pounded by Django and them.
And that's the thing, because those slave masters were so concerned about them black men over there. They don't think that these white people, because those white women was waiting on them. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And also, it's like you're having sex with the freaking the female blacks. They've been waiting on you to have sex with. Why are you having sex with her?
Because it's a form of control. It's a form of dominance. That's the thing. There are a lot of people who use sex in a way to dominate other people. It's not loving. It's not nurturing. It's not fruitful and life giving. It is literally a thing of I am dominant, you are submission, and honor me in my dominance by literally slaying you. We've heard some of those very, very extreme right wing individuals say that when they think about sex, they look at sex as a way of conquering. You go in, you plant your seed. It's not about pleasure. It's not about any of that. It is simply about planting your seed, and that's it. Very mechanical about the whole situation when it's supposed to be a beautiful, life giving, and life um uh receiving experience. So they're going to use sex to dominate other people. Like that's why you have other people on the platforms on red pill platforms that say things like, "Oh, well, homosexuality. It was because of the buck breaking. That's how that shit started." And then when you bring up the whole idea that there are heterosexual men that will sexually abuse other men, is because that's a form of control. I have control over you. I am taking away your masculinity. I am taking away your power. And then when you're doing that, especially to a male slave in front of the whole entire plantation and their families,
But
what
see, they'll laugh
message do you
about that
think
though.
that sends?
They'll laugh about that though. They'll say, "Oh, Bubba's gonna have sex with you in jail." I thought you said that that's wrong. Homosexuality is wrong.
Until your ass go to jail, and now you got to keep your head up and your ass down. Now you feel some type of way.
This is the weirdest shit. So two men that consensually have sex. Oh, that's wrong. It's disgusting. It's weird. Yo, guys are weird. Don't bring that homos whatever around me. But you're laughing at a joke and all that other shit of another man getting raped and shit like that. And then also, I'm not done. I seen videos of these boys be stripping other boys down as punishment. So what? That is the weirdest shit I've ever seen. Just stripping them down naked, or sometimes be whipping them too, like a freaking slave or whatever it is, or whatever it is that they be doing. And I'm talking about in the black community, they are doing this. Now, there's people in the comments is like, that shit is weird. That shit is gay. You know, women are like, that's weird, because women you get really bothered when boys do that to others like that, and they get weirded out. And it's kind of like, you know, I'm like, listen, these are your boys. I mean,
yeah, but those are other ways.
Boys. I mean, this is. I mean,
but this is what those boys. And I'm gonna be done after this. We can continue because I know you got a lot of videos. TPT. But that's why again, those boys are being conditioned to act that way. That's their way of like gatekeeping masculinity in a sense. Because if you're gonna do something gay, don't be serious about it. It's when you are serious or for real about it is when the attack comes. Because again, there are heterosexual men that do a lot of gay shit that gay men, if they were to do, they would get fucking their head blown off. So it's like, again, there is this societal expectation to laugh, to demonize, to make fun of these groups of people. But then in the whole DL situation, there are individuals who do come in as a way of trying to conquer. But then there's some individuals who low key be queer their damn selves. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there a common knowledge to know that Hitler himself was a Jew? So you ended up trying to erase aspects of yourself that you could not deal with, and it was so his manifestation game was so immensely intense to where he was able to manifest a reality like that that harmed millions of people and nearly made these people extinct. And again, to your point, T for T, as we're gonna continue to see it once I shut the hell up, this is trying to rebrand here in America. And we always thought that we would never ever be that one. It will always be that place over there, that place over there, never here. But now it's in our own backyards. And now we looking back at that shit, and this shit I'm pretty sure it's gonna get even more eerie as we continue to watch all the semblances and all that type of shit. But this is where we are y'all. So the fact that we're going through this and we're working through our own fears, that's how we're going to be able to actually make a difference. Let's not try to be caught up in fear like so many others are or are going to be. Okay, so again, shout out to the education and shout out to y'all being in the building, rocking with us. Make sure y'all hit that like button and make sure y'all subscribe.
Oh yeah, listen to this.
That Hitler may have had Jewish roots, but it's important to note that there's no definitive evidence to support this claim. His obsession with racial purity and hatred toward Jews was part of his deeply contradictory self-loathing ideology. He projected his own inner turmoil, perhaps even self-hatred, onto an entire group of people, demonizing them and leading to one of the most horrific genocides in history. This connection between someone like Hitler, who promoted hatred and violence against certain groups, and the deeper issues of identity, self-loathing, and projection is something we see in many destructive leaders and ideologies. When people can't accept themselves or confront parts of who they are, they often project the insecurity onto others, leading to harm. The fact that certain people who are in positions of power might try to erase parts of themselves, whether it's about sexuality, heritage, or anything else, shows the dangers of not dealing with those internal conflicts, the external harm they cause through violence, discrimination, and systemic oppression becomes an expression of that personal conflict. These kinds of societal struggles are deeply tied to fear, fear of the unknown, fear of difference, and fear of one's own true self. In addressing this, we need to foster an environment of acceptance, understanding, and openness, where people can be their true selves without judgment or violence. What do you think is the key to breaking through these societal barriers and helping people accept themselves and others, especially in such a toxic, divided environment?
Is that Chat GPT, Deshaun?
I think so.
Okay. No, I was just asking because it's another way you're gonna survive is we're gonna have to learn how to be able to use AI too. But I think we have to learn to respect AI, not see it as a servant to serve us, but to work alongside it. So again, shout out to Chat GPT for that. But yes, let's continue with the video.
Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
Diary, October the 14th, 1925. I am finishing Hitler's book. With great excitement. Who is this man? Half plebeian and half god. Is this really Christ or just John the Baptist?
In the year 1945, the US military psychologist Gustav Mark Gilbert interrogates Rudolf Höss, the commander of the Auschwitz concentration camp, in his prison cell.
To find out where the anti-Semitism came from, I asked him how he had arrived at his anti-Semitic views. He said for years he had read Goebbels' weekly editorials, as well as Rosenberg's The Myth of the 20th Century, and of course, Hitler's Mein Kampf.
Report of the Württemberg Emissary, December the 20th, 1924. The State Supreme Court has now overruled the appeal by the prosecution against the decision of the District Court, thereby granting probation for the remainder of the sentence. Karl Moser von Filzek.
Hitler's remaining sentence of 3 years, 333 days, 21 hours and 50 minutes is waived, according to the pedantically exact court records. After imprisonment in Landsberg, Hitler becomes the sole leader of the nationalist movement. He feels chosen by destiny to show Germany the way to national salvation.
Who else is a criminal? You know, and Trump, you know, with Trump, with all of his criminal activity, and then they go and the Supreme Court goes and says, you know, well, he can't be prosecuted since he's
because he is our salvation.
Mm-hmm.
And our ticket in
Barabbas.
He is going to show us the way.
See how all this kind of parallels each other? You know,
it's such a
pathological criminal.
Can we curse on here? Okay, I was just going to say it's a complete mind fuck.
Right.
To simply put it, how much like both rulers parallel each other. Man, almost to the T. I mean, just almost to the T. And it gets worse. I mean, it as we go on, it just goes right into. You'll see just how Trump's following that playbook. And the Republicans are helping him, and the Heritage Foundation, all of them, they're helping him until they come for them, because eventually they're going to come for them too. And well, you know, this nation is falling. Basically, you know, we're in decline. I mean, we're weakened. All of this stuff of banning books, getting rid of the immigrants, just all of it. You know, it's on purpose. It's by design, by the Republicans and them for this last 30, 40, 50 years. This shit has been by design, you know. And once we're really weak, that's when the other countries and them can come in and take us over, just like we've taken over countries and we've enslaved people, and they can come in and do the same shit to us, you know, and it'll be like Russia and all of them, because Trump's weakening us for a purpose. There's a purpose. There's a reason why he's weakening us, you know, and locking up, you know, we'll get to the point where they're locking up the journalists again. You know, they done built these prisons and stuff. Same thing over in Nazi Germany. You know, they had those concentration camps, which they had concentration camps, you know, before Hitler, but they weren't designed really for the they weren't designed for the Germans or anything like that. But same thing with us, you know, they make these jails and stuff over like in El Salvador or other places. But they say that they're designed for the immigrants and all this, you know, and stuff like that. But they're eventually, just like in Germany, they're going to put us in there too, just like they did over in Germany. You know, the concentration camps weren't originally for them, but they eventually became for them, for the Jews and all of them, because they weren't originally built for the Jews.
Although the party remains unsuccessful at the polls and membership increases only slowly, the personality cult around Hitler is growing.
You hear that personality cult? You see how it's tying in to cults? The personality cult. You know, way back then they were talking about the personality. Same thing with Trump. You know, this cult. this following that he has, and that it's like a cult, and it's religion and all that stuff rolled all into that. And they'll use religion and Christ and all of this stuff to justify, their the atrocities that they put on their citizens. They always hide behind religion, and these aren't to me religious, God-fearing folk.
This Führer cult holds the National Socialist movement together across ideological divisions and personal differences.
The salute, Heil Hitler, also began to take hold at about this time. It originally came from the harmless greeting, Heil so-and-so, something you'd say to people in sporting or cycling clubs without using their names. Ernst Hanfstaengl, Hitler acquaintance.
Hitler allows his closest friends to call him Wolf.
The reason for this? Hitler went by the nickname Wolf at the beginning of his political career. Heinrich Hoffmann, friend of Adolf Hitler.
Hitler understands the name as the Germanic root of Adolf. It corresponds to his view of the world as a place of constant struggle for survival. To Hitler, the name Wolf implies the idea of strength, aggression, and solitude. Despite the lack of political success, the party stages spectacular rallies, first in Munich and Weimar.
Trump in his rallies, and he's president now, and he's still staging rallies. Cult. He's gathering up his cult, and he's pulling other people who want to be led into his cult from all around. He's building his coalition.
Then, from 1927 onwards, exclusively in Nuremberg.
Diary, Nuremberg, August the 4th, 1929. A stampede of people that exceeds our wildest hopes. Outside, the drums are already booming. Torchlight processions, endlessly long.
Following the example of Italy, at the end of the 1920s, movements which are called fascist are gaining strength all over Europe. In some Eastern European states, dictatorial governments rely on the support of such factions. A union of fascists is also established in the UK.
In 1930, unemployment had increased to 3,076,000, and the National Socialists then increased their MPs to 108, with a vote of 18%. Less than 3 years later, the National Socialist Party came to power. Unemployment had risen to 6,014,000.
Same thing that's happening over in our country. The Republicans, Trump has picked up more steam. He done pulled in, I think, about 16-70% of people of color, including blacks, Hispanics, Asians, and stuff, like that, where before his coalition, he might have had about 3 to 7%. Now he's up to about 70, where he done ciphered off people from the Democratic and other parties and stuff, and he's building that coalition. Same thing with, and then he came back into power. From when he was reelected, when he was elected in 2016. Now he done got reelected. This is bullshit. This is crazy. He done got reelected and he has ciphered off, which he's continuing to do, because it seems like every day or something I'm hearing something where some other black person is over there agreeing with Trump or going over to the Republican Party.
Diary, September the 15th, 1930. The first election results. Fantastic. The bourgeois parties are smashed. Up to now, we have 103 seats, a 10-fold increase. Joseph Goebbels.
The day after the election, the composition and climate of politics in Germany have changed fundamentally. The NSDAP has risen from a Bavarian political sect to become the second biggest party, fundamentally opposed to the democracy of the Weimar Republic.
After the lost election, you sensed for the first time strong displeasure with the party leadership from within the Social Democratic ranks. A deep-seated disillusionment with the bigwigs came over the Social Democratic organization.
The middle class is overrepresented with 40%. Yet the NSDAP is not a purely middle-class party. The Hitler movement, as the party is called by friend and foe, finds favor among all sectors of society, including industrial workers.
I went to a Nazi rally. It was held in a beer hall. Some drank beer, the others sat in front of empty tables. There were a lot of workers there. That hurt terribly.
Speech to the Industrial Club of Düsseldorf, January the 26th, 1932. Summary. I see two principles ruggedly opposed to each other. The principle of democracy, which is the principle of destruction wherever it is practiced, and the principle of the authority of the personality that I would describe as the principle of achievement. Adolf Hitler.
Diary, Tuesday, February the 23rd, 1932. After coffee, Frau Knispel appeared with the news that Hitler is standing for the German presidential elections.
Letter, April the 20th, 1932.
My dear Mr. Hitler,
for your birthday, we are sending you our best wishes from our warm children's hearts.
When we told our parents that it was a pity we couldn't do anything for you because we're only 10 and 5 years old,
our parents said you can pray for Adolf Hitler every day, and we'll be doing that every evening.
And that's like the
I was about to say, pray for who?
They pray for Hitler, and that's what they're doing with Trump. You know, they're indoctrinating the kids. You know, the teenagers. They indoctrinate them, and they, you know, they're out there praising Trump and sending up prayers, just like we saw. You know, saw them up there on, you know, with the what was it? Oh, I can't think of his name. Jimmy Swaggart, not Jimmy Swaggart, the other one, that other, where he was praying for Trump and saying that God sent Trump. And then they take people, they're taking kids and stuff, you know, like that at an early age and indoctrinating them into this MAGA movement, you know, with their, you know, and then these kids are growing up doing the same shit. You know,
it's the same thing like Trump. It's the same thing like Hitler. They're doing like what Hitler did. They're doing the same thing, trying to have these kids programmed, because it's a program to program their minds when they're first born, to teach that dumb, stupid shit in their heads, so that they become this person where they're always new or whatever it is, and they don't know shit because their parents taught them this.
Right. Yeah, you're not born with that stuff in your head. Yeah, you're not born with any of that in your head like that. You're not born thinking that or behaving like that. That has to be taught. You know, if they start them at an early age and indoctrinate them into this way of thinking, you know, or get them into these cults and stuff at early age, they're brainwashed, and then they just automatically just grow up and start having that type of hatred and feelings and stuff that they have towards other people who they deem as different.
Exactly.
Our prayer will be as follows.
Oh God, may your blessing accompany Adolf Hitler wherever he goes.
Give him the strength to free the fatherland, seen with a strong, good hand.
Your faithful little Nazis, Leonora and
Erhard L. Hamburg.
Berlin, November the 8th, 1931. Nothing smells more penetratingly than the nationally scented petit bourgeois. Everything is falling apart. Where are we heading? Ter Sternheim. More than the Nazis, the communists hate the Social Democrats, whom they defame as social fascists. With what they call a Leninist strategy, they want to make the Weimar Republic ungovernable and create conditions for a revolution through the collapse of the capitalist system. In June 1932, Franz
Who
von
you with a
Papen,
spoon?
on
Deshaun?
behalf of Reich President von Hindenburg, forms a right-wing conservative cabinet, which is without a majority in parliament. The new chancellor hopes for the support of Hitler.
In a large portion of the remote villages, Hitler had the absolute majority in the
Keep that
parliamentary
up for
elections in
Deshaun when he
July,
come back.
often even 2/3 of the votes. How does one account for their success? The Nazis came into the villages, ranted and raved and promised them the moon.
As
Look at
my
the
wife
screen,
and I
Deshaun.
had voted for the German National Party in July 1932. After some hesitation, we voted for Hitler in the elections of November the 6th the same year. So we
Shout out
too
to the Black
succumbed to the
Anarchist
fallacy
podcast
that a
in the
government
in the
takeover
building.
by the NSDAP
social elites Hindenburg to appoint Hitler Reich Chancellor, as they anticipate using the Nazis to get rid of the communists. They also believe that they can control Hitler, as he needs the conservative parties to form a coalition. But through a combination of lies and undisguised aggression, Hitler first gets rid of his political opponents and then those who brought him to power. But to obtain sole power, Hitler still has to eliminate those leaders within the NSDAP itself who could pose a danger to him.
That's what Trump's doing too. He's eliminating people, who he considers a threat to him, or anybody that speaks out against him. He's eliminating them, or trying to silence them. He hasn't eliminated anybody yet, but he's trying to silence them. Same thing. That's what he's doing with the Democratic Party and actually the Republican Party too, where he's trying to eliminate the different branches of government where he has all the power and he can overshirt the Constitution.
On January the 30th, 1933, Hindenburg appointed Hitler Chancellor. Meissner, Hindenburg's Secretary of State, and Papen, his confidential advisor, persuaded the old man that the crowning glory of his life work would be a unified, well-ordered Reich with military strength.
Letter to Paul von Hindenburg. When the history of the German people is finally written, then the end of the Reich presidency will be described as the darkest day in German history. Erich Ludendorff, Major General.
Hitler doesn't seize power, nor is it transferred to him. Hitler obtains sole power through lies and continued broken promises to other parties. He swears to uphold the Weimar Constitution and to comply with the Articles. He deceives the mighty German president, the elites who are now collaborating with him, the voters, and the world community.
Our fanatical belief in victory had to wear down our opponents over time. We marched triumphantly through the Brandenburg Gate and will one day go down in history as the pioneers and heralds of a new, better era.
That the Nazis are enemies for everything dear to me, I was not for a moment mistaken about that. Where I was completely mistaken was how terrible an enemy they would become.
I cannot divest myself of my faith in my people and stand firmly by the conviction that the hour will come at last when the millions who curse us today will stand by us, and with us will hail the new, hard-won and painfully acquired German nation that we have created together, the new German Reich of greatness and power and glory and justice. Amen.
unter Ehre, unter Kraft, unter
Adolf Hitler, Reich Chancellor.
In the elections, the NSDAP profits from the high turnout of 88.8%, gaining 43.9%. It has to form a coalition with the German National People's Party. The additional votes come mostly from former non-voters. The NSDAP also profits where it is already strong, among young Protestant voters, farmers and farm workers, the self-employed, civil servants, and the lower middle class.
Sound familiar? Just like us, that's how Trump won. Just like us. Just like
that.
Shit.
Exactly.
What ice cream is you eating?
What you eating, Deshaun?
Yeah, because I got the munchies like a mug and you over there. Sound like blue-eyed diamond, blue diamond eye. You know them girls.
In the industrial segment, where the workers are often organized in unions, through for the NSDAP. But on March the 5th, 1933, probably 1/3 of the workers vote for the Nazis.
The political parties, including the Social Democrats and the unions, haven't shown any overwhelming evidence of prudence and courage in recent weeks.
Diary, March the 10th, 1933. Every day, the newspapers have new reports on Hitler's rise to power. The higher-up civil servants are losing their cushy positions, much to our delight. Germany is being swept clean. The communists will soon have disappeared from sight. That is Hitler's goal.
Two days later, I was sitting in the Kroll Opera House, not as a Reichstag deputy, I was an observer, and on March the 23rd, 1933, I witnessed the Reichstag session in which the Enabling Act was passed by 441 votes to 94.
With the so-called Enabling Act, Hitler demands extraordinary powers for himself and his government, thus paving the way for...
So that Enabling Act, that's like our Insurrection Act that that they said that Trump was wanting to try to reenact on the 20th of April. Y'all remember that? Where he was, where they were saying if he enacts that, he's actually doing it. He's just going by it a different way, And then that's where he could be. Huh? Go ahead.
Hold that for a second, right there. I want to read it.
Oh, okay. Can you see it all? Okay.
Do you want someone to read it, or you gonna read it yourself, Harold?
You want me to read it, or you?
Yeah. Yeah. It don't matter.
Go ahead. It says the Enabling Act was a law passed in Germany on March 23rd, 1933, that granted Chancellor Adolf Hitler and his cabinet the power to enact laws without the involvement of the Reichstag. And that's what Trump's wanting to do. He wants to be able to, invoke the Insurrection Act, and he doesn't have to go through Congress. Without the vote, okay, let's see. Or the president, cabinet, okay, the Chancellor Adolf Hitler and his cabinet the power to enact laws without the involvement of the Reichstag or the president. Officially titled the law to remedy the distress of the people and the Reich, it effectively allowed the Nazi government to bypass constitutional procedures and establish a legal dictatorship. Ain't that what's happening now?
I thought they did. I thought they do away with that law many years ago. Like they don't do that no more.
It's still there. It's still there. The Insurrection Act is still there, but it's kind of obsolete. We rarely use it, but we have used it. We've had some presidents have used it. In their presidencies, not too long ago. But it's kind of an obsolete law. But if Trump brings it back up, he could, and Congress allows him to use it, then there's really nothing we can do. He can sick the military on us. He can sick the January 6th rioters, all of them. His whole, he can deputize them and let them become militarized, or deputize them as police, and they can come and attack us at our houses, whether we're looking out the window at them or not.
Wow.
Yeah, and it says the purpose. Okay, it was presented as a temporary measure to address economic and political crisis, but was used to consolidate Nazi power. The act required a 2/3 majority in the Reichstag. The Nazis, I keep saying Nazis, it's actually Nazis, but the Nazis secured this by intimidating opposition. Example, arresting communist deputies and gaining support from conservative parties. And that's what Trump's doing now. He's arrested judges,
Mm-hmm.
And what was that? Was that a mayor or a governor or somebody who he just arrested, or somebody from Congress or whatever that he just, not him particularly, but who they just had arrested.
Yeah.
I believe that was Newark, New Jersey's mayor.
Yeah. And so he's starting this now. He's starting it now. And he's going about it different ways, but it's basically still the Insurrection Act is what he's kind of putting into place.
Meanwhile, his cabinet is nothing but crooks and weirdos and shit like that that's up there, but they can stay in that cabinet though. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And doing all this weird shit by oppressing us and shit like that, but they act like they're so holy. We don't know what's going on until later on when Donald Trump is either something happens to him or impeached or whatever, or probably not going to be a president no more. Then everything else after that, they will find out about it. But okay.
Yeah. So it says it marked the end of the Weimar Republic's democracy, enabling Hitler to rule by decree and suppress dissent. And that's how Trump is doing it too. He's doing these signing. He's signing laws, supposedly stuff into law. He's bypassing Congress and going about the right way, and he's going in by doing signing agreements or whatever the hell that's called.
Just keep signing away.
Huh?
Just keep signing away. He's just signing, just signing away, left and right.
And just like our Insurrection Act. Just like our Insurrection Act, like you say, Deshaun, what you're talking about, it's kind of obsolete, but Trump wants to bring it back and put it back into force, just like their Enabling Act was renewed in 1937, but then they went back again in 1941, remaining in force until the fall of the Nazi Party in 1945. So all the while they were in power, basically. When they enabled that act, all the while they were in power, they were able to use that act so they can oppress and dehumanize the people, and that's how they were able to put people in concentration camps and kill them and treat them as slaves.
They should have threw that freaking act away into the freaking burn it up or something, and they would have never used that act again. Just like when Donald Trump brought back that 1798 stupid shit back where slavery all happened and shit.
Right.
That shit. And now he brought that back and shit. Yeah, that should have been burnt years ago.
But that's not
been that long ago, like freaking 40, 50, 60 decades ago, actually 100 decades ago, and now. That don't make any sense. But the thing is, the man is old and he's still stuck in his old ways. Do you know that these people that are stuck in the 70s are stuck in the ones that are in their 70s are stuck in their old ways? And sometimes sometimes when they get old, they're in a loop, like they go right back to a loop, like they're in reverse in their mind. It's dangerous. It's absolutely dangerous. These are those people that are absolutely dangerous that's in power right now.
Yeah. This is how he's helped get, how he's consolidating power, and how he's going to be able to actually eventually turn us into turn this into his presidency into a dictatorship. But that's what they're saying here too. The Enabling Act was renewed in 1937 and 1941, remaining in force until the fall of Nazi Germany in 1945. It is often cited as a pivotal step in the establishment of totalitarian rule, and that's the same thing that's what's happening with us when Trump does enact that Insurrection Act and the other stuff that he's doing also to add to that, so he can actually become king.
King.
Yeah.
There is no king with him. He's a dictator. There is no king.
Otto Wels's speech was a masterpiece of style and content, a final farewell to the faded era of humanity.
Article 1 of the Act describes the transfer of legislative powers from Parliament to the Cabinet. The legislative and executive branches become one. Parliament has virtually abolished itself.
He overrode the Constitution with the Constitution, and thus won the fight for unlimited power in the first and decisive round. In all Jewish shops, one sees the windows painted with white letters about 50 to 80 centimeters high. Jew. Glued next to them, or in the process of being stuck on, are little red slips of paper. Germans do not buy from Jews.
Not January the 30th, the day of the seizure of power, not the day of the gathering in Potsdam, March the 23rd, 1933, but April the 1st of this year is the great turning point. It was the clear, unmistakable demonstration that the rule of law was over. The rule of law was replaced by naked tyranny.
In Berlin, wie in anderen Universitätsstädten Deutschlands,
A nationwide campaign is directed at the non-German spirit, that is to say Jews and other supposedly hostile elements. On May the 10th, 1933.
See, that's us, that it ain't just the Jews, okay? It ain't just the immigrants. It's us, the blacks, the gays, the LGBT, whatever you want to call us. It's not just them. They come for all of us.
3 undesirable books are publicly burnt on Berlin's Opernplatz, opposite the Friedrich Wilhelm University.
It is a strange thought that the essence of a single man can redirect and convert an entire society like a magnet directed at a pile of pieces of metal. Karen Blixen, Danish writer.
Anyone who did not fight against the Hitler state effectively served it.
I, as a natural coward and endowed with an excruciating imagination, kept my mouth shut. Marie-Louise Kashner.
But you could file and become invisible. Alda Schiefer, writer.
Letter from prison, June the 7th, 1933. You know that imprisonment doesn't depress me at all. What could I really do outside at the moment? Shrug off the sad looks of the workers with a humiliated heart and sagging shoulders, and tell them that I cannot change it either? It's better to be outwardly unfree, and inwardly face the future with a proud soul. Julius Leber, SPD member of the Reichstag.
The first improvised concentration camps are run by the SA
What's going
and are
on,
then
Bab? What's
taken
going
over
on?
by Himmler's SS, thus creating the SS state.
There were concentration camps in Germany at the time, including one in Oranienburg. It's true that Hermann Goering set up the first when he was head of the Prussian police. They weren't intended for Jews, however, but for the communist enemies of the state.
Just like us, these camps, these jails or whatever that they say in their building in El Salvador ain't meant for. I guess they were meant for the immigrants that they're shipping out or whatever that they're calling the criminals, but they're actually going to be they're actually going to be for any of us that they want to put up in there. Hey, Black anarchists,
Hello.
You want to go ahead and what's going on? Go ahead and shoot your shot.
I don't know how much I can say on YouTube because most of what we were told about World War II is complete propaganda. I mean, they got the details right, but they never really explained the backstory. What happened after World War I and prior to World War II? What got Germany into that war? How they established the state of Israel? How they threw the German people under the bus in order to get the state of Israel. We had so-called German citizens who actually declared war against Germany, not an actual war, but a trade war. I've talked about this on my content that trade wars can lead to actual wars, but so-called German citizens, the ones that were put in concentration camps, declared a trade war against Germany to boycott German products. And they basically destroyed the economy and put I don't know how much I can say on YouTube, but we're not getting the whole story.
You can say it. You can say it. So with my video that I put on here, the video is actually 3 hours and something long, but I've edited and chopped it. I've edited and only got certain clips that I have in there for the talking points. But what you're talking about is actually, they talk about that in the video that I actually have, and I have the link in my description on my channel or for the in the thumbnail for this. The description in there, I actually have the link to all of these videos, which you can get the full the full picture where they talk about all of that. But what you're talking about, they actually say that in the video of how in how this rise of Hitler, and then how the and why he just what you're saying, so you can say what what you want to say. It shouldn't get flagged or taken out, where get a strike or anything like that. So you should be okay.
Well, Nazism was a response to Bolshevism, which happened in Russia, Soviet. I guess it was just Russia, but Soviet Union. They didn't tell us about what happened with World War I. What they did is, because we keep talking about how we want power to go back to the people. Well, that's what they did in Russia. They gave the power back to the people. They got rid of the centralized banking system, and the people were happy. They didn't have to pay taxes. They were living off their farms. And then we had another group that came in and basically starved them because they were trying to take power back. So they stole their potatoes. They forced up because they were trying to get control. I don't know the exact numbers, but according to what I've read, 100 Russians starved to death. There was a famine because they were trying to. They had. Sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. My thoughts are a little bit scrambled, but
You good.
It was as a socialist government, and so you don't own property,
Right.
You don't own your food. So they were trying to allocate the food so there would be equal distribution. So the farmers had their food confiscated to feed the army, and then the people who lived on those lands were starved. And so the Germans saw what happened in Russia, and they were trying to prevent that from happening to their country. I mean, there's a lot of details that I really wish I could say. I know you say that it's okay, but if I were to say what really happened, this live stream would be taken down. Like, there were a lot of videos on YouTube back in the day that explained the whole story, but all those videos have taken down already. They don't want us to know.
So you think YouTube will strike? You think somebody will come back and hear your conversation, and then they will notify YouTube or something, like as if we're like defamation or something? Is that what you think? Like, and then YouTube will strike it because they think that you're going against what Jewish people have put out there, or what they've said about the Holocaust and all of that, and how it happened or its inception. And you think what you're saying is going to go against that, and that's going to upset Jewish people? Is that what you think?
Well, I don't know what your audience is, but a lot of times when that happens, somebody reported it. I know I've tried to talk about these topics on my channel, and people have reported me. So I try to give little hints that people can go research for themselves, but I don't really get the full story. But
it's your opinion. I mean, this is your opinion and what you have researched, so, and this is an opinionated show, so you're allowed to give your opinion. It might offend some people, but they don't have to watch, or they can turn it off, or watch another video or something. But this is opinion. It's opinionated show, and we're just giving commentary on what you deem, you're giving commentary on what you deem as the facts, or what history says, and other people are giving theirs of what they say history is. And you may be right, and we may be right, or we might both be right. Some of it, a little bit of truth here, a little bit of truth there, but we don't,
Let me just
we're all going off of what we researched and what we've heard, about, and studied about this. So, your opinion is, that's your opinion, and it's valuable here.
Without getting into the details about the war itself, let me just explain how the Nazis treated blacks and gays. During the same period, we had Jim Crow in America. Jesse Owens was in the Olympics. They treated Jesse Owens like shit. Hitler actually celebrated Jesse Owens, and he respected black people for being athletic. A lot of Germans admired blacks for being athletic and for being, they saw us as being strong. And their problem with blacks was that they felt that we were being controlled by that group we're not allowed to mention. And so that's the reason why they banned jazz music in Germany, even though they secretly listened to it. But they were against Jim Crow. In fact, they blamed that group for Jim Crow. In terms of the LGBT community, they were not homophobic originally. They were, I don't know if y'all realize this, but there were a lot of gay Nazis. And then
there was.
That media, the ones that he was against, started running all this propaganda to make them look weak. And so because of that, he didn't have any choice but to round up a whole bunch of gay people and put them in concentration camps. It was called Paragraph 175. But he had gay members of the leaders, like high-ranking Nazi officials, and he didn't have a problem with it, but he had to do something because of the propaganda that was being put out about gay Nazis. So, I mean, I don't know why that part gets missed. That they were actively conspiring against the gay community in Germany, and then they're saying that Hitler was homophobic. He wasn't originally. There's a lot I could say, but even when it came to him putting them in concentration camps, that was not the original plan. He was trying to deport them, but none of the other countries wanted to accept them, including the United States. The United States turned away all these ships that had those immigrants. They didn't want them here. So then he had no choice but to put them in concentration camps.
Wait, but can I go back to I got a question, but what about Okay, so, but what did he? There was a gay homosexual leader that was shot in the head by Theodore, Hitler. So he
Right.
shot him.
That happened later. That happened much later after all that propaganda was going on. That he originally did not have a problem with it, but he had to address it because it made the Nazi party look weak.
So he did what he did.
I was gonna say like yeah, especially since again this whole idea of the perfect race. So if you're trying to manifest this perfect race, two men are not gonna be able to procreate to do that. So to the black anarchist point, yeah, it made them look weak. So yeah, he had no choice but to do that. But again, it's always the gay people who always end up being the scapegoats. Unfortunately, so sad.
And the guy you referred to, I believe his name is Ernst Röhm. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right.
But Hitler might have hated. He might have hated something within himself.
Is Queen
And
Stevie
that's why
still up?
and that's why he hated the homosexual. Didn't really, had some against the homosexuals, just like people do in the time we're in now. They now dust protest too much about the homosexuals, and usually they turn out to be gay or bisexual or whatever themselves. And sometimes they'll a lot of guys, so just like we talk about guys and stuff, they go so hard against the gays and the homosexual men, or whatever, and then it turns out a lot of them are down low or slipping around themselves, or they're trying to suppress what's in themselves, and then they'll take that anger and hatred out on other people, or on us gays or
thing
whatever.
is, karma comes to bite them, because when they come out and be free and stuff like that, now you got to deal with the other people that you yelled at and screamed at and did all this, and now they're the same way as you, and then they might come back to bite you. So this is the same cycle that has always been going on for centuries of people doing stuff like that because they don't want to be who they are. And once they don't be who they are, and then they come out, then they get beat up and stuff when they're out now, and then or probably killed, and then the next one could be coming to find out the one that they killed, now they're gay or bisexual or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Such cycle continues.
It's that gay agenda shit.
People abroad often ignored the fact that concentration camps had first been set up for Germans opposed to the Nazis, many thousands of whom died there before any foreign countries were occupied. Willy Brandt, German-Norwegian refugee in exile in Sweden.
On June the 22nd, 1933, the NSDAP Reich Interior Minister, Wilhelm Frick, declares the Social Democratic Party a subversive party and an enemy of the people, which results in its dissolution. With the arrest of 2,000 officials by the Bavarian political police led by Himmler, the end of June sees the demise of the Catholic Bavarian People's Party, which is dissolved on July the 4th. One day later, the Centre Party, the last remaining political party besides the NSDAP, is banned. On June the 14th, 1933, the law against the formation of new parties ensures that the NSDAP remains the only authorized political party in Germany.
Her husband Hermann spoke very interestingly about the Nazis and Hitler. Hitler, whom he studied carefully, is somebody who seeks death, and thus embodies a fundamental characteristic of the German people.
So the black anarchist, he says that he forgot to mention that there were black Nazis. Now, I didn't even know that.
Me
Oh my
either,
God.
but I'm not surprised.
Oh my God. You want to elaborate on that? Because I did not,
Remember the mayor say he wanted to be the black Nazi? You know who I'm talking about. You remember that black mayor that wanted to be the black Nazi, that big mayor, that black mayor?
Yeah.
He said, I want to be the black Nazi or something. He said that speech over here in America. Interesting, isn't it? Mark, whatever his name is. I forgot his name, but yeah, him.
Okay, so what I didn't explain earlier is that there were a lot of blacks living in Germany during this period. During the same period, blacks were being discriminated under Jim Crow, but the blacks who lived in Germany were not being discriminated against. They had the same rights as any other German. They could teach at universities. There was no segregation. In terms of them being black Nazis, they weren't officially like in a Nazi party, but they were part of the Allied forces, or their allies. So like, I think a lot of them came from Italy, but they still served with the Germans. So there's books. There's 2 books that I read. No, actually 3 books about black Nazis. And the Germans didn't seem to have any problem with blacks. They really, I mean, of course they saw themselves as being superior, but they didn't hate blacks. I don't know how to describe it. It's almost as if they felt that we should be under their protection. Like we were like not intelligent on their level, but they felt like we should be under their protection. They were going to conquer the world and prevent Jim Crow and all that stuff that was going on under America. They didn't blame Americans for it. They blamed the Jays for it. So
they blame the Jay. You talking about the gays?
No, I mean the word that I'm trying not to say.
What?
It's a word that starts with the letter J.
Talking about Jews?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say it, Jews. Why don't you want to say that?
Because YouTube is now they're starting to like with the whole censorship stuff. Like that word can trigger some bots to kind of make it. Yeah.
No, you can't say that. You know.
I've mentioned them before on some of my other.
I mean, you can say it because you have a freedom of
stuff.
speech.
The thing is, if you have I think it's because if you have the highest views, they'll shut you down. I think that's what it is. If you have like I don't know how it works, but if you can say it, you have the lowest. But I think it depends on how many views you have, and then all the countries come in and it builds.
We'd have to get Ratchet on here for me to get views like that. You know, people on YouTube, they like Ratchet and
bullshit.
A lot of you'd have to really, for me to get that type of views, I'd have to post something ratchet. Right. do a gossip show where we're talking about everybody and keeping up trouble and shit. So in order for me to get
basically they had their own, it's like diversity basically over in Germany. So there was no racism in Germany.
Well, the black population was extremely small, so it wasn't significant enough to cause any problem. But there was discrimination because they didn't want blacks to procreate with white women, so they did sterilize blacks against their will. So that's the only thing that they did against black. But aside from that, blacks had the same rights as any other German.
Yeah.
Just leave that.
Because what I knew about the blacks being persecuted and put into concentration camps too. From what I understand, they weren't put in as much as the Jewish people were, but some of them still were put into those camps and tortured and also killed. Like they suffered some of the same fate as the Jews and the gays, the homosexuals, but the Aryan nation, the Germans and them, they thought just like they do over here in America and parts of Europe and other parts of Europe, the white people, where they felt that, the blacks were inferior to them. We were inferior, what they call a race, even though there's no such thing as black, white race. We know it's the human race, but our ethnicity, they thought that was inferior to the white people, just like they thought Jews, Jews and other people were inferior to them. And so so from what I read and researched and watched different documentaries and stuff, we still were treated pretty much like the Jews were, and we were also sent to the concentration camps also, but probably not as great extent as the Jewish people were, and the homosexuals, the gays, because they really, from what I understand, they really did not like the gays also, like on the same level as they did like the Jewish people.
Well, they didn't like them, and they also didn't like gypsies. They were considered economical parasites, but they didn't. They did see blacks as being inferior, but they didn't see us as being a threat. They only saw us as being a threat if we were under their influence. So if we were isolated from them, then they saw jazz music as being a threat because they saw it as being not black music, but their music. They did see us as being inferior, but they didn't actually hate us. They didn't. There was no plan to get rid of black people. Nothing like that was going on.
Mm.
Well, but isn't that a form? I mean, if you're finding other human beings, to me, if you're finding a human being as inferior, and and you're putting them in, like you're stripping them of their rights or whatever, and you're putting them in concentration camps or jailing them or whatever, or not wanting them to be a part of your society, to me, that's hate.
Right.
So
against
they
them,
might
but not
not
against.
have hourly did it, but they still have hate. And to me, that's hate. You have hate in your heart, for black people. If you consider me inferior to you, which a lot of white people do, or whatever. To me, that's a form of hate, regardless of if you express it outwardly or do something to me or not. To me, that's still hate. They didn't like us, to say that we're, that you're less than I am, you're inhuman, or whatever, or not, or whatever. To me, that's hate. Go ahead, Black Anarchist.
I don't know. I mean, okay, I guess you have to compare it because back then everybody was probably racist. But if you were to compare it to America under Jim Crow, no, Germany was nothing like Jim Crow. They didn't have, they were not stringing blacks from trees.
Right.
None of that was going on. They taught at universities. They lived in white neighborhoods. They had professional jobs. So it's not. Okay, so let me just say this. So, for example, if you were a biracial person who was half black and half Jewish, you would have been better off just claiming being black than claiming being Jewish because you would have gotten treated worse. You would have been treated worse claiming your Jewish side.
Wow. What are your thoughts on that, T for T?
Yeah, in Germany, they did. It didn't matter. It didn't matter if you were mixed race or not. If they considered you black, then you could have been sent to the concentration camps. So whether you're of mixed race, because that they were. Yeah.
No, but they didn't send blacks to the concentration camps. So Josephine Baker was in Germany. She was performing in Germany while Hitler was in power. They didn't do anything to her.
Well, she might have been just one. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know. I haven't read up on her, but that might have been. There's probably some. They were citizens. Black people were citizens of Germany, just like we were here in the United States. Didn't stop them from still enslaving us, because even back in the slavery time, everybody wasn't a slave. Some of them were indentured servants. Everybody wasn't a slave back then. but and then some of them actually fought for their freedom and challenged the courts and stuff, and actually gained their freedom. But they were still dehumanized and treated like slaves. And then over in Germany, they have just like over here. We were citizens in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. We were still citizens and stuff, but they still dehumanized us. They still stripped us, tried to strip us of our rights, and just like they're doing now, trying to take away our rights, whether we're black, queer, whatever. They still dehumanized us, and they still think we're less than them. Not all white people did that, and not all Germans did that to. Not all Germans did that to the black folks, but a lot of them, the ones who didn't do it, they sat back and allowed it to happen. That's why the Holocaust ended up happening, is because people, supposedly good people, good white people, the good white people, and whatever, even blacks or whatever, who helped anybody who helped them, they sat back and allowed it, or whatever. But from what I read and researched, though, that blacks were sent, not all, but a lot of them were sent to concentration camps, and some of them suffered the same fate that the Jewish people suffered, and the homosexuals, So there's two sides. I guess there's two sides to the history, and that'd be something I want to look into. What you're talking about too, because what you're saying, I have heard some of it, but then some of it I haven't heard, and I did not hear that black people were not that they were considered as on equal standing as white people, because all throughout Europe, though, even in the Hitler time, and throughout Hitler, throughout Europe and the United States, we were still being oppressed, even though we were free people. We were still being oppressed.
And that's why he condemned America for it. He condemned America for it. But what I'm going to do, though, I'm going to actually cover this topic on my channel, and I want to show the interviews of black Germans who lived during that period, and they talked about what their life was like, because what we were told in America is not true. We were told a whole bunch of lies, because they're telling you what happened to them, and they're saying that they did not go through anything that what people are saying. Like, what they're saying, talking about, is hypothetical. They're saying that Hitler was eventually going to start putting blacks in concentration camps, but he didn't actually do it, and there were no plans for him to do it. He did not see blacks as a threat. It didn't happen. There were other forms of oppression, but in terms of concentration camp, no, that part didn't happen.
Okay. Well, I subscribe to your channel, so I do subscribe to your channel. So when you do that, I'm gonna put my notification on so that I'll see when that pops up, because I want to pop over there in that and
I'll
watch
share it.
Watch your live. Yeah.
All right.
That's very interesting. And and there's always, with history, there's always history and stuff that's left out, and some stuff that's put in that may not be true, or stuff that's left out, that requires further research and investigation and understanding, So that's something I need to because I'm ignorant on some of that, what you talked about, so I need to go find that information out, and and see what see what's up, because some of the stuff you're saying I hadn't even heard that. Now I did know about the blacks being oppressed, because we're just blacks are oppressed no matter what the society is, what country it is. It seems like we're being oppressed. We were oppressed, and dehumanized and treated badly, no matter where the hell we were, no matter what period of time it was. It just seems like it, hell, some of the oppression we did to our own people. But, y'all want me to go on, or is you want Got any more input?
I got a question now.
Well, go ahead, Deshaun.
I'll be right back, y'all.
What I just don't understand is how did all these genomes, all these white people all over the world got all this power, and we even about black people, we only have one power that's in Africa, but we don't have any other power all over the world. I don't understand that. Even though Obama was president, it doesn't matter. Because like I said, how come we didn't have all this power all over the world like majority of these white folks do? Because these white folks are all over the world that have this power and stuff like that in this government.
We did at
One
one
world
point.
government, right? This is weird, man.
Yeah. We
did
did
at
because
one point.
we were kings and queens. We were the pharaohs. We were the Egyptians. We were the first black people here. So Africans were the first people here. We're the actual ones who created education and universities and the pyramids. That was all of us. Even though they take our history and say want to say that it was like like the Romans and whatever, but it was Egypt. When we started leaving the different lands, I'll go back to it when we were monkeys, apes, or whatever the hell. As we left the different lands and as we evolved into walking and standing up and using weapons and all of that type of stuff, and we crossed with the continents. We crossed into Asia when the continents started splitting and stuff, like that. Then we started crossing into different other continents and going into Asia and stuff, and then when our skin and stuff started lightening up or whatever. But that was a long time after. Before that, we were the kings and queens. We were Egypt. We're the ones who built the pyramids. We were the pharaohs and all of that type of stuff. We were black. We weren't light skinned like they have Egypt, like the people in Egypt now, where they were light skinned. It was the Ethiopians and and all of that back then. So but with the invention of weapons that we invented ourselves, so we can catch prey, and that type of stuff, and defend ourselves, against the animals and different stuff, like that. We became more advanced, and so we made weapons and stuff, and then as we crossed different continents, and then the skin started lightening, we started picking up other behaviors and different making different weapons and all this other type of stuff. And so just like the Europeans, once they became Europeans, because eventually they were all black too at first, but once they became Europeans, they started making advanced weapons and stuff like that, and they were able to use those weapons. They were able to trade those weapons for slaves, and we were the ones who were giving them our people for weapons and trading them for other stuff that we considered valuable, or I mean, that's the best I can explain it or whatever, but somebody else can explain it better than me. I'm all over the place, but that's how they came to conquer.
Blacks actually controlled a large part of Europe. The Moors controlled Spain and that whole Mediterranean area. And they helped to establish America. Like there's pictures of the Moors with George Washington,
right,
and Thomas Jefferson. So that's another part that was erased from history.
Yeah,
the Moors were not slaves.
Right, they weren't. But just like we talked about at the beginning of the show, everybody that came over from Europe or Africa and other places, because Africans had already and been in America then, but we had already been here before what was written by the Europeans and put into the history books. We were already all over the globe, so we were the inventors of all this shit, and then as the civilizations progressed and whatever and stuff, they come up with different type of things, and then they figured out how to conquer. and they used weapons. It was weapons and all that stuff that allowed other nations and stuff to be conquered, and greed. But yeah, there was the Moors, and there was all of that. And then, but when we came over, when we came over to the before it was the United States, and then when they were, even before they started calling it the colonies and stuff, we were not slaves. Not all of us. There was some that came over that were slaves, but most of us came over were free people and indentured servants, and slaves. And some of the slaves became free, eventually. But then as the colonies start progressing, and they started making different colonies, trying to turn them into states or whatever. But anyway, the slave trade was very profitable, and then that's how they actually made the laws to make slavery legal. Because at first there was no laws or anything that governed what slavery and stuff was. They just brought us over here, and we helped them bring us over here.
Jeez.
But that's my interpretation. Y'all, I'm sure y'all have other interpretations, and Black anarchists.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to defer to you on this, and this, I don't know. I don't want to keep derailing the conversation.
Okay, I'll go ahead and put the video back. It's almost finished here, and then we'll let you weigh back in on at the end, and anybody else who wants to weigh in.
What was new in Nazi Germany was that Hitler's fascism used all the possible forms of a reign of terror and human liquidation with utter ruthlessness, increasing technical perfection, and German thoroughness. For the first time, the politically uniform mass media of a whole country, including the new media, radio, and sound film, were unashamedly used to serve a murderous, anti-communist witch hunt.
Whether the Germans are a mystical people is debatable. Either way, you can't deny that they are currently undergoing a phase of messianism. Besides, there is also a kind of cultish tendency towards symbolism, undoubtedly a rather degenerate form of mysticism. Flags, badges, uniforms, dueling scars, Führer, Wagner, swastika, golden braids, all of these are symbols.
On November the 12th, 1933, on just one street, Rheinische Straße in Dortmund, 2,000 voted no. Hitler had linked this Reichstag election with a referendum on the withdrawal from the League of Nations. Anyone who came to the polling stations received a yes pin, which was intended to exert psychological pressure on the voters. Nevertheless, more than 2 million Germans didn't take part in the election, and over 3 million voted no.
SA Chief of Staff Ernst Röhm is the most prominent party leader after Hitler, and clearly his right-hand man. In public, Röhm shows his loyalty to Hitler. Privately, however, he criticizes him severely.
Diary, Sunday, July the 1st, 1934. Mutiny of the SA leaders in Munich, with Röhm at its head. Hitler himself helped arrest the gang and had them shot. Henriette Schneider.
Bit by bit, the news of what was happening trickled through until late that evening a full official account was issued. Ernst Röhm, said the communique, and some of his fellow stormtroop leaders had been caught plotting a putsch to seize power. Hitler and Göring had uncovered the plot and crushed it. Sefton Delmer, correspondent of the Daily Express in Berlin.
The violence of the Night of the Long Knives is carried out by the SS on orders from Hitler and Göring. The Lieutenant General of the SS, Sepp Dietrich, receives weapons from the German army for his bodyguard unit, Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, to carry out a secret and very important assignment for the Führer.
June the 30th, 1934. Prison Munich Stadelheim. There were terrible hours once I arrived in the office. Sepp Dietrich and Prince Waldeck came into my room in SS uniform. and said they had orders to shoot the SA leadership at once. The Führer had sent him a list of 110 SA leaders who were suspects. I said this was absolutely out of the question. Dietrich called Hess and reported my refusal to him. Then he gave me the phone and said, "The Führer wants to talk to you."
You refuse to obey my order? I will eradicate these boys with rods and sticks.
Suddenly, Hess came on the phone. I pointed out to Hess.
Oops. Sorry.
Oh.
The leaders did not give the impression of having been hauled away from an armed putsch attempt. The firing squads informed me that it was already dark, and that would make it very difficult to shoot. I sat and waited and smoked. Finally, the phone rang. Hess told me the main culprits are to be shot. Then I asked him, which ones? I had the list in my hand and heard him say 19 names. Röhm was not on the list. Hans Frank, Bavarian Minister of Justice.
On July the 2nd, Hitler announces the official end of the purge in which between 150 and 200 people were shot.
Röhm was one of the last victims. He was shot on July the 2nd, 1934. Hans Frank.
Diary, July the 13th, 1934. In the evening, a major speech by Hitler. To Germany and foreign countries, he justified his actions of June the 30th against the traitors. We are proud of our Führer. May God preserve him. Henrietta Schneider.
To crush the alleged revolt by Röhm, Adolf Hitler uses the services of the SS, whose leaders have already brought the police almost entirely under their command. The SS, which was formerly still affiliated with the SA, is rewarded for its murderous service. On July the 20th, 1934, Hitler decrees,
In view of the great services of the SS, particularly in connection with the occurrences of June the 30th, 1934, I hereby promote them to a self-contained organization within the NSDAP.
Adolf Hitler.
With that, Hitler has forged the decisive weapon of his state.
Hitler swore that only 77 people had been executed. It had been unavoidable that some were shot by accident. Like a certain Willi Schmidt in Munich, for example. The SS were in a hurry to shoot the first Willi Schmidt they could find, without court proceedings.
Okay, so that's the end of that video. So what do y'all think?
I say, wow, that picture. But I mean, again, it's history unfortunately repeating itself. You know, just the inhumane, just expressions against humanity that's happening. I mean, and it's also a classist thing too. Like, I think if we were to work through the whole racist and queer phobic situation, we can actually focus on what it actually is. You know what I mean? But it's power, basically power, and again, broken people getting into positions of power and inflicting more harm onto other people. It's crazy because he had this great, I guess, uprising and I guess regime, but all that shit came tumbling down in the end. So, you know, but I'm not surprised that Trump and them is following this same rule book. I mean, hey, they're not original, right?
All right. What say you, Black Anarchist, or Deshaun or Harold?
I kind of missed a good chunk of the conversation. I was trying to come back and catch up on what I missed, but the only thing I have to say is what Bub said. Bub's pretty much summed up what I wanted to say. It is just like I said earlier, it's a mind fuck how like so many parallels are between Adolf Hitler and Trump. And as we can see now, we are literally heading down this exact same path. Everything that was just shown in like the in the clip that I came back to, that is what seemingly they're trying to manifest right now.
Yeah. Sean? Sean Sleep? Black anarchist?
Deshaun in the shower.
Again, I have a different perspective on it. I know that Hitler did a lot of atrocious things, but there's a reason why people follow him. Before he came to power, they were destitute. They were dying because of poverty-related illnesses, and nobody was destitute. I mean, this is essentially the same reason why people would follow Trump, because nobody's listening to them. And then when he gets in power, then but what I guess that the part that gets lost is what his end game was. That his goal was to end perpetual war. That World War II was going to be the last. If Hitler, I don't know if I should go there. If he had won that war, if he had won World War II, there would have been no more wars. He was against the centralized. Most of his wars are started and funded by the centralized banking systems. And if he had won, he was going to put. He blamed it on the Jays, but whether it was them or not, what is true is that these wars are created by bankers, and he was going to put an end to all of that. So he lost, and now we have perpetual war. The people in Palestine are being killed, and there's no checks on it. So, of course, Hitler did a lot of atrocious things, but there's a lot of atrocious things that are still going on, and there's no end to it. So what are we going to do about what's going on right now?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to get at, because it seems like we're following the same playbook. You know, at least about 70 to 80% we're following that same playbook, and it looks like we're headed in that direction. And it doesn't seem like we're going to be able to stop it, not anytime soon. But I don't know. Maybe we can, but it just seems like we're doing a lot of talking and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Congress and them are scared of Trump, and they're scared to really challenge him. They try a little bit, and the courts, they seem to be, scared of him too. But they side with, they'll side with him, and sometimes they side against him. But got the media, licking his ass like a toilet paper roll. But it just seems like, and we got half of the, somewhat, not all, but somewhere near half of the American population that worships the ground he walks on and thinks he's Jesus Christ. So or thinks he's sitting in the right hand of God, I guess. For those who believe in God and Christianity. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like we're going to. What are we going to do about it?
I have a question. Is there another part to that video that you just showed?
Yeah, the whole video is 3 hours long. So I only cut it down to, I got it cut down to like about 30 minutes or so, 25, 30 minutes. I edited,
okay.
Put in, I just put in like talking points to give us some talking points, and to go with y'all, to go with what y'all wanted to talk about, talk about. So that in my description on my channel, if you go in there, I got the links in there to each one of these videos I have here that'll give you the full video of what they talk about. Because a lot of what the anarchist talks about, they talk about a lot of that in there too, and how, the lead up to it. But, I couldn't put, I didn't put the whole, I'm not put the whole video on here because we'd be here till 2 days, you know how we get on here and start talking and we'll be on here for 3, 4, 5 hours. And then if I would have, but it's so much more to these videos than what I actually have here that people can go check out, and it'll give them a better, a broader uh, idea of of the atrocities and how how Hitler came into being and how the Holocaust happened. Same thing with slavery and all of that.
And
Oh
also
yeah,
how
I
if the
asked
individual.
because I know. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Harry. You good?
Mhm.
No, I was asking because I was wondering if there was some more after where it cut off, because we may be able to come back for a part two and discuss the rest of, or like delve into Nazi Germany as it kind of rose to even more power and it got even more dangerous.
Uh-huh.
So we might be able to come back and talk about that also. Got even more dangerous.
Uh-huh.
So we might be able to come back and talk about that also.
I'm trying to remember what I was gonna say. Somebody got an echo.
So we might be able to talk about that also.
Oh, I think it's Deshaun.
Deshaun. Hey,
Oops.
Deshaun. Is that you?
Yeah, the phone. I had the phone on. Hold on. There we go.
Don't worry, I forgot what I was gonna say. It's cool. Never mind. I'm about to eat anyway. My mind, I'm on my big bag shit real quick. Sorry.
Oh my.
Did you hear what I said, T for T?
You kept going in and out because I kept hearing that echo.
Oh no, I was saying I asked the question earlier because I was wondering if there was any more behind where the video cut off, because maybe we can come back and do a part two of this panel to discuss like the rise of Nazi Germany as it got more traction and more power and became more dangerous to the downfall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And so
we can. Yeah,
yeah.
we can. Yeah, most definitely. Um, so Cheryl, she says, that's what I keep saying. As soon as I mention Middle East, them whites block me. And that's kind of what the black anarchist was saying. He didn't want to say the word Jewish, and because he felt that they would somebody's going to come and want to get the channel striked or something because we mentioned the word Jewish. But to me, that's not mention the word Jewish is no different than mention the word black or African or white or Christian, or whatever. It's we're not
Oh
saying
yeah,
anything.
as long as YouTube and Google are not in compliance with the current administration, you should be okay. Um, and I'm not sure if the J word is on that list of words that you can't say. But I think
Yeah, that's
you should be good for the most part, as far as I
Yeah,
know.
I mean, I've mentioned it before in my channels. When I've been talking, when me and Charles done shows and stuff. I've done different stuff, and we've mentioned the word Jewish on there before.
Hmm.
No one's defaming them or whatever. He's people do different research and they have different opinions or whatever, and they you know people like the black anarchist. He says what he says, and that's fine. He may be right and he may be wrong. We may be right, we may be wrong. There's so much in history that is left out, or sometimes they put in fake history to cover up the real history.
Agreed.
And what the black anarchist is saying, that can be true, or portions of it can be true, and it's worth investigating, and it's worth investigating further. He says you can say the word Jewish so long as you support the agenda. If you speak against the agenda, it becomes a problem. Well, I mean, everybody doesn't, you know, everybody doesn't agree. No one agrees 100%. I mean, you don't have to support their agenda. I mean, people get on YouTube and call people niggers and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And and just because you don't agree with their agenda or parts of it or all of it or whatever, that's no reason for them to go out there and want to strike you. Or I know that that they will rile up sometime, but that's ridiculous. Just because you don't agree with them. Now there might be facts and stuff out there that we need to find out what, or whatever, we may agree with the Black anarchists, and we may agree with the Jewish people, and we may
What is William McQuaid doing live?
You can say the N word, but you can't say the K word.
Oh,
I know what he's talking about. Yeah, right. You can't.
You say okay, gotcha.
That rhymes with bike.
Yeah,
Right.
can't say that.
But yeah, and that's another double standard that we have here. With these platforms, a lot of times they, people, different platforms can say different stuff, and then some of us other ones come in and they want to strike us, or take it out of our videos or whatever. But then there's certain ones that get away with it and certain ones don't. But we're just giving our opinion and giving commentary and stuff, like that. So as far as I know, we're allowed to speak on these type of subjects and mention Jewish, or whatever. I mean, if you wanted to say the K word, as long as you weren't using it in a defamatory way, I think you can say it if you're using it to illustrate a point, just like people use it to illustrate when they'll say, like say white people don't want to say nigger, now some will do it, but most of them don't want to say nigger because it's so defamatory. But if they're using it to to prove a point, or whatever, or to use it it's a certain context, you can use that and say that in there without it striking your channel. And the same thing with the K word. If you were using it to define, not to defame somebody, but using it as a point, to make a point, like to say, just for instance, if we wanted to say like back in slavery, back in slavery, they didn't call us Negroes, they called us niggers, And in the same way, if you wanted to use the K word and say, well, that it's a defamatory term, but they use, they would say, they would call the Jewish people back in that time, they would call them kites. You're just using it, you're not using it in a defamatory way. You're using it to, to convey your point or something, but not to harm, not to cause harm. Same thing when they say the same stuff about the Mexicans and calling them wetbacks and stuff. It's defamatory. All of it's defamatory. Nigger, kite, wetbacks, rice queens and all that type. It's all defamatory. But when you're using it, if you're using it on your channel to educate, to educate and not cause harm or defame somebody or whatever, then you can use those words, I think. But we'll find out, won't we?
Understandable, like the intent of it behind it, like if it's malicious or just to be educational. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Right. So I'm gonna go ahead and thanks for joining us, Cheryl. But she kind of was saying the same stuff that the Black anarchist is saying, as far as he didn't want to use the word, that say Jewish or whatever. And it's like they will come, and sometimes the Jewish people will come after you, and they let them say all type of stuff, on TV and film. They say all type of stuff about Black people, but if you say something about Jewish people sometimes, or the Holocaust or whatever, and if they think that that's defamatory or whatever, they'll go and get your shit shut down or try to get you canceled and all other type of stuff. But yeah, I've heard about all that out there. Okay, so we're going to move on to our these aren't as long, but the last two we're going to go into our cult stuff, and we'll see how the slavery and the Holocaust and stuff, they're like cults, and just like how Trump's following is like a cult, and then how these cults take hold, and then we end up with a Trump and a Hitler and a Mussolini and and all these Nembuto and all, we end up with these type of dictatorial type figures who want to be kings. Mm.
81% of white evangelicals voted for Donald Trump in the previous election. That's a record. That's more white evangelicals than voted for George W. Bush, and George W. Bush was a white evangelical. This makes no sense to people, especially when you consider that Trump is not just the most irreligious president in modern history, makes a mockery of core Christian values like humility and empathy and care for the poor. That this individual, who couldn't even name a single verse in the Bible when asked to do so, and yet received a record number of votes by white evangelicals. Scholars of religion, normal, rational people have been trying to figure out why. Why? What happened? And I think that there's a couple of things to keep in mind. Number one, it's white evangelicals. 81% of white evangelicals voted for Trump, but 67% of evangelicals of color supported Hillary Clinton. Now, these are people who believe the exact same thing, whose only real difference is the color of their skin. So let's not ignore the fact that there is a racial element to this support. Jim Wallace, the head of the Sojourners, a liberal evangelical group, said it best when he said that these white evangelicals, quote, acted more white than they did evangelical. And I think he's right. The second reason, I think, it has to do with the pernicious influence of something called the prosperity gospel, which has gripped the imaginations of white evangelicals. This is that version of Christianity preached by these charlatans like Joel Osteen and T.D. Jakes, the essential gist of which is that God wants you to drive a Bentley, that what Jesus really wants for you is material prosperity. And
what'd you say, Bugs?
No, I said when he's talking about prosperity gospel, it reminds me of the show on HBO that I need to watch the new season of called The Righteous Gemstones. It's a white evangelical family who got so much money. They do so much crazy shit. So basically what he's saying is the same thing, prosperity gospel. You do this and God will give you this. You know what I'm saying?
indeed, that's how you know God has blessed you, is by your material prosperity. Many white evangelicals looked at Donald Trump and what they saw was a wealthy man. And that wealth, as far as they were concerned, was just a sign of God's blessings. And so that freed Trump from having to do what every other candidate, certainly every other Republican candidate for president has had to do, and that is actually prove his spiritual bona fides. Trump never had to do that. All he had to do was just keep talking about how rich he was. And for a large swath of white evangelicals, that was enough. Thirdly, Donald Trump did something that no other president, not even any Republican president courting the evangelical vote ever did. He expressly promised secular power to these white evangelical groups. In his speeches to them and in the conferences that he had, both private and public, he very clearly and very explicitly said that if they voted for him, that he would give them, quote, their power back. None of this explains the most important phenomenon about white evangelicals in America, and that is this. In the span of a single election cycle, white evangelicals have gone from being the group in America that is most likely to say that a politician's morality matters to the group that is now least likely to say that. Atheists in America think that a politician's morality matters more than white evangelicals in America do. White evangelicals who continue to refer to themselves as value voters. What you're seeing is a gigantic group of Americans who are fundamentally overturning their core theological beliefs that public morality matters. And the only explanation that I have for it is that Donald Trump has turned a large swath of white evangelical Christianity into a cult, into a religious cult, a dangerous religious cult, All the signs are there. Donald Trump functions, as he himself admitted when he said offhandedly that he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and not lose voters. He has become a kind of a prophetic divine character. Pat Robertson, the head of the 700 Club, a very influential white evangelical, literally said that God took him in a dream up to heaven and he saw Donald Trump sitting at the right hand of God. You know who actually sits at the right hand of God, according to evangelicals? Jesus Christ. In other words, Pat Robertson is saying that Donald Trump is essentially Jesus Christ. In fact, that's not that weird. His own evangelical advisor, a pastor by the name of Jeffers, said not too long ago that he would prefer Donald Trump as a candidate over someone who, quote, expresses the values of Jesus. So what we are seeing now is that these white evangelicals, not all of them, but a fundamental core of them, have essentially latched on to Donald Trump as almost a salvific character. They don't just follow him. They don't just agree with him. They almost worship him. And my fear is that, as we know from our very recent history, cults, when confronted with the realities of the world, can often end in catastrophic ways. We have a presidency that is deteriorating, a president that is spiraling out of control. We have open conversations now about the 25th Amendment and impeachment. We have multiple investigations and the possibility of indictments at the highest level. This is a presidency that is in danger of completely disintegrating. That wouldn't be such a big deal if it weren't also a religious cult. Because when a religious cult begins to deal with this kind of situation, when their cosmic ideas are suddenly butting up against the reality of a failed leadership, they tend to double down. And that's why I think that we're in a very dangerous place as a country right now, because the only thing more dangerous than a cult leader like Trump is a martyred cult leader.
Right. What do you think?
Now, when he says the what's worse than a cult leader is a martyr cult leader, is he speaking like in reference to a Koresh or a Jim Jones?
Yeah, he's kind of comparing them, just like, remember when Trump was when somebody shot at Trump, and remember how everybody then, it was like they were basically, if he had got killed, they would have martyred him, and just like they, you know what I mean? If he would have got killed, because they basically was martyring him anyway, and he's still alive. But and he used that to his advantage, to get more people on his side. That's just like when Ronald Reagan was president, and then when he got shot, because he was really not a good president. And people were really turning against him. The ones who had even voted him into office, they were turning against him and didn't really see him having a second term or whatever. But the minute he got shot, then that means then everybody rallied to his side, and then they reelected him. To me, it was like on the sympathy, like a sympathy vote, and they basically was martyring him even though he was still alive. And that's how he was able to get back into office once he got shot, because he probably would not have had a second term if he hadn't got shot. And with Trump, it's kind of like the same thing. These religious people are putting him up on this pedestal like he was sent here from God, and they're worshiping him. Basically, it's what they're like. They're a cult. They're cult like, they're just like David Koresh and all of them. it's like a religious cult, and they think he was sent here by God. No matter what he's done, no matter his criminal history, no matter his sexism, the stuff, the things he have done to women, the things he have said, the criminals that, his bankruptcies, none of that. They have overlooked all of that, and they have put him up on this pedestal like he was sent here to save the world, to save the United States, to save the white people from all of these other people, from the blacks and the Mexicans and the people of color. And it doesn't matter what he's done, that's okay, because then they probably compare him to some other figure in the Bible where God supposedly sent that person to slaughter, to help slaughter a nation and stuff. And they're probably idolizing Trump the same way, like when he, God has sent him. They've used all the troubles he's had and stuff, and God is using him in this way. They're putting him up as some damn spirit or some other, damn cherubim or shit. I don't know what the hell, but they're worshiping at his feet. But they're dangerous, and those people are dangerous because Trump will use them so he can, him and the Republicans can implement their plan.
And my question to that is like, what exactly do they think that people of color are going to do to the Tangerine Man?
Say that again.
My question to that is, what exactly do they think that people of color are going to do to Donald Trump?
They know the people. They don't think we're going to do anything to him. It's more of them trying to preserve their whiteness and their power. That's basically what it boils down to: is power and preserving, like preserving whiteness. And we don't want. And we can't let those people get into power, because if they take over, they're going to do to us what we did to them, and we don't want that to happen. And we don't want to be like, we want their stuff, we like their culture, we like the different aspects of the stuff that they have in their culture and stuff, but we don't actually want to be them, because not all white people, but there's a large majority out there, and those are the ones who have voted for Trump, and there's also other people of color who think that black people, are beneath them, who think that we are inferior. They still think that, there's still people out there who have that Aryan way of thinking, the KKK, the Proud Boys, a lot of them, a lot of those insurrectionists on the 6th of January, a lot of them still think that black people should be inferior to them. And some of them don't necessarily want us to get us out the country, but they want us working for them the way we were back in slavery time, that we answer to them. And they don't like the idea that, that we're not bucking down to them, or don't consider ourselves inferior to them. Now, there are some black folks out there who still think that white people are superior to black people or any other race. We've seen those ones out there who have went out and voted for Trump, but the majority of black people do not feel inferior to white people. And it's not all white people, but there's a large majority of them out there, and that's what they're trying to preserve. Just like with Hitler and them in the Aryan nation, that was more about preserving the white race, but it wasn't all white people who they considered that, because even in the United States, when way back when, during slavery and stuff like that, they didn't consider all white people to be really white. I mean, they considered Irish, Italian, and all of them. They didn't really consider them to be white Aryan, and they treated them bad too, and treated them like scum and all that type of stuff. Certain white people here in America did that to the Irish and the Italian and stuff, like that. So and just like in Germany, there was only certain Germans that they considered pure white Aryan. And they did the same thing over here in the United States. And they thought black people were inferior. And they still think, you know, no matter what our accomplishments are, no matter where we are in our life or what's going on in our world, you know, whatever, some of them still think that we're beneath them and we should be serving them. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean they want to get us out the country, because they're going to need somebody to work for them.
Mhm. Yes, you answer my question well. That's like I was trying to get to what the root of, like, as far as their mindset. I'm trying to get to like I'm really trying to dig deep down in where all of this stems from.
Yeah. It really stems from power. You know, all great nations, and eventually all great nations fall. And I believe we're in our decline also. But it all stems even before in Africa with Africans and stuff, you know, like that, before our skin lightened and stuff like that. And we were conquerors, you know, and we were enslaving people and doing stuff, you know, like that too. It was all about power and maintaining power and money. You know, back then their money was different, but you know that it was about wealth. You know, it was about hierarchy, oligarchy. You know, even back then, even with the black pharaohs and kings and queens and stuff, you know, like that. We enslaved people too, and that was all about power, greed, and control, and staying in power. You know, but eventually we all nations always eventually do themselves in due to that greed, due to that power, you know, and maintaining power, and then thinking, you know, and not evolving with the rest as the world evolves. And that's America's problem right now too. We're not evolving the way that we should. You know, we're being isolated. And once we're isolated, we are going to be vulnerable for attack. We're going to be vulnerable for all type of shit to happen, you know, and then our civilization, you know, we won't become a third world country, but we won't have that control and the power that we thought we want, that we think we have, and what we once had or whatever, you know, because all civilizations eventually fall and another one comes to take their place. And it looks like mainly like China, you know, China really is, you know, is kind of dominating stuff right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely gonna fall apart, especially if you have broken people again being in positions of power, because all these people who are driven by greed and power and control are broken people who have now gotten these tools and now they're just using it at their discretion, which is very destructive. I mean, look at what Trump is doing to the entire economy in the country. So, you know, but again, this is what the people, I guess, they chose and what they wanted. So now that you've seen the fruits of y'all's labor, don't get mad now. Don't get mad now. Stand in it.
They always think that it, you know, people, same thing with Nazi Germany. They don't think that it's going to happen to them. You know, they don't think that they're going to come for them. Just let it happen. You know, oh, I see it happening to them or whatever, but it's not going to happen to me. And there's nothing I can do about it anyway. And that's kind of where we are right now. You know, a lot of people think, well, what can I do about it? Well, I can't. There's nothing I can do. Well, I voted, but I didn't vote for Trump. And there's nothing I can really do about it. And, you know, so I'm just, you know, I'll just sit back and watch, you know, until eventually they come for them too. Because doing nothing is not the answer either. So I'm gonna play this last one, and then we should be able to get out of here and, you know, get your opinions.
Make sure y'all hit the like button.
Yeah, hit the like button, and then y'all go over there and subscribe to Bubs, and you know, Bubs the God's channel. He's got a lot of great content over there. Miss Stevie does, you know, Harold over there on IG. Deshaun, you know, Deshaun is on IG, and you know, all of us are on IG. The Black Anarchist podcast, you know, everybody go over there and just, you know, subscribe to their channel.
Make sure you purchase
everybody's
his
putting out
book
a lot
too.
of good information. What'd you say, Bubs?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was saying also to make sure y'all purchase the Black Anarchist podcast book entitled "Blame It on the Dress: The Manufacturing I think it's called Black Homophobia. I always fuck the name up. It's called Blame It on the Dress, the Manufacturing of Black Homophobia and Performative Masculinity, an excellent fucking read. So yes, make sure y'all support him as well with that.
Right. And he says many of them didn't support Trump. They just didn't want Kamala Harris. And then and that's why we're in this fucking position we're in, this shit we're in now. And they're whining about it. Now they're complaining and whining and complaining. But this is not what I voted for. No, this is exactly what the fuck you voted for.
See what happens when history repeats itself and you be ignorant as fuck. Look where we at now.
Right.
Now it's in 4K. It's in 8K.
Right. Yeah, and go support the Black Anarchist, his book, Blame It on the Dress. Bub's been reading quite a few chapters on his channel.
Little excerpts.
It's very telling. I mean, it's very telling, on Black masculinity and femininity. And wow.
Well, y'all ain't seen shit yet. Good. Wait till I get my theatrical aspect on. I actually review a few of the chapters the way that I'm going to. Oh, trust me, y'all haven't seen shit yet. Trust me.
Today, an indictment was unsealed, charging Donald J. Trump with conspiring to defraud the United States.
I think it's a badge of honor.
It's not real. I don't think he's guilty of anything. It's not.
See, these are the cults. These are the cults. These people are following him like a cult. They deny every single thing, no matter what the facts are, what the truth is. They're going to deny it.
Really real insanity, isn't it?
Every time they file an indictment, we go way up in the polls.
The more you indict, the more we vote. We're going to vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's absolute bullshit. This is the only way that the Democrats have to beat President Trump.
One more indictment, and this election is closed out. Nobody has even a chance.
This month, former President Donald Trump faced his third criminal indictment of the year, this time for inciting the Capitol riots on January 6th and defrauding the U.S. government, among other things. In March, he was indicted for falsifying business records in connection with hush money he allegedly ordered to be paid to porn star Stormy Daniels. And in June, he was indicted in Miami for the willful retention of defense information, among other things, in connection with the classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago. And a fourth indictment seems likely right around the corner and will be announced out of Fulton County, Georgia, as soon as next month, in connection with that phone call he made after the 2020 election. Remember the one trying to get them to conveniently find 11,000 votes so he could win the state? Multiple criminal charges, a history of romantic and financial infidelity, more bankruptcy declarations under his belt than you can count, a pathological liar. And yet with each new indictment, the party of law and order and of good Christian values is closer than ever to nominating Donald Trump as their frontrunner yet again. And with each new indictment, Trump gets a surge of support at the polls and in his pocket as he leverages the witch hunt against him to fire up his base of supporters, mostly working class folks, to give him, a millionaire, their money. The reason for Trump's initial rise to power in 2016 and his continued status as the most behemoth figure in Republican politics today is based on a number of things, from disinformation to a rise in populist fascism around the world to mass manipulation, the likes of which are typically reserved for cults and mind control. This is why America can't seem to shake the cult of Donald Trump. And his ability, despite being an out-of-touch millionaire, to speak to his base of working-class supporters and make them feel heard and seen really resonated. He was saying the racist shit that they think is the truth, tying immigration to the economic losses they had been experiencing since the Great Recession, when they watched big businesses receive handouts from the government and lost their jobs, while also seeing Black and brown folks and immigrants sometimes succeeding, even though they thought that they were here first and they deserved to win. Trump was there giving them easy answers to the problems they were facing. And honestly, this is just sales 101, people. When you're trying to sell someone something, they gotta know, like, and trust you. You have to address their objections and tell them why you are the solution. And you need to speak in a language they understand so that they feel like they're being seen and heard, and that you will deliver the answer to the problem they need solved. Whether you're selling microwaves, developing real estate, or running for president, it's all in the art of the deal. And despite his many failures in business, Trump managed to figure it out this time. And if you're able to manipulate people into knowing, liking, and trusting you enough, no matter where you go and what shit you peddle, they'll be there to hand you all their money. And no one in politics has managed to develop such a strong customer base as Trump. They're ready to buy whatever he's selling. But who actually are the people who support Trump? Well, due in part to the fact that many of his most fervent supporters are anti-establishment conspiracy theorists who don't trust the media or politicians, getting them to respond to polls about politicians by the media is pretty impossible. But based on the population that does actually respond to polls, we know that those who voted for Trump in 2020 were 85% white, 58% were non-college educated whites, and 15% were voters of color, including 8% Latinos. Polls show that the less educated you were, the more likely you were to vote for Trump. And the older you were, the more likely you were to vote for Trump. And the more rural your town, the more likely you were to vote for Trump. And the more money you made, the more likely you were to vote for Trump. None of this is surprising given what we know about what divides us as a country, but it doesn't fully explain the level of fervent loyalty. Recent polling by NPR, PBS NewsHour, and Marist found that 64% of Republicans said they wanted Trump to be president again, even if he was found guilty of a crime. Trump has managed to condition his supporters to believe that any legal challenge against him is invalid and a product of some conspiracy or the deep state trying to persecute truth tellers like him, and by extension, his supporters. Berkeley scholars have found that Trump won with an unexpected coalition of white working class and middle class voters who were motivated by resentment. The culture and economy gave them no recognition and no respect for their work. Their jobs were shifting overseas or lost to automation. They perceived that Black, Latina, and Asian people and immigrants are advancing at their expense.
Sounds like the Hitler and the Holocaust. How Hitler came into power. Sounds just like it.
How do his supporters, who are more likely to be Christian and to value law and order, rectify their beliefs that their support of a proven adulterer, compulsive liar, millionaire tax cheat, and now multiple times charged criminal defendant?
Trump is blocking witnesses.
I don't care. Oh. The answer lies less in politics or logic and more in...
So it wasn't about the eggs, was it? It wasn't about the economy, was it?
populism, mind control, and cult.
What'd you say, Harold?
I said not. She said she didn't care.
Right. She said, I don't care. Just like that. None of them. That's the way they think. They'll use the economy, or immigration or whatever as smoke and mirrors. Really, what it is that they don't want to be out of power, and greed, and they don't really like people of color.
According to scholar of 20th century authoritarian politics Ruth Ben-Ghiat, Trump differed from past heads of state of either party in having zero interest in public welfare or consensus politics. His goals were autocratic, amassing power, domesticating the GOP, and having his financial and other personal interests prevail over national ones in shaping domestic and foreign policy. His presidency was unprecedented in the United States, but we've seen this before elsewhere in history. And these ideas pose a fundamental threat to liberal democratic ideals of collective self-determination, meaning rule by the people, as well as individual rights and freedoms, including independent institutions like the media and separate checks and balances on presidential power. Two ways to further the populist cause and curb these perceived threats to the will of the populist leader is to foment distrust in the media and undermine the independence of the judiciary. To claim as the leader that you are the only one who can speak on behalf of the people. To be willing to push the confines of what's legal to the max in order to maintain power. And to be very adept at providing very simple answers to people's problems. The reason you don't have a job is because of immigrants. The reason you can't get ahead is because of affirmative action. The reason why drug use in your community is growing is because of Black people, etc. It's an us versus them mentality that posits that if you are not behind this leader, the one that speaks for the will of the people, then you're against us and we must take you out. The United States was recently added to the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance list of backsliding democracies. And the most obvious outcome of this rise in populism, where the cult of one leader trumps everything else, including logic, reason, and fundamental democratic ideals, is highly polarized countries. And this polarization can have devastating consequences for democracy. But it's more than that. As one recent article out of Berkeley said, Trump followers exhibit a loyalty to Trump that is so intense and so unshakable that it exerts a cult-like gravity. In addition to the fact that Trump has openly courted cults like QAnon to such an extent that 56% of Republicans believe that the absolutely bizarre conspiracies being touted by QAnon are somewhat or entirely entirely true. One, a cult usually involves a venerated leader, someone who's considered king or godlike. Everyone's falling over themselves to praise the leader and be in the leader's good graces. They use loaded language that's evocative and creates a strong image in people's minds, while also being incredibly vague and lacking a clear definition goal that's based in reality. For example, lock her up, fake news, witch hunt, build the wall, the deep state, and make America great again. Cults thrive where its members are sleep deprived, started with information overload, especially silos where they're not receiving any information other than that which is being created and promoted by the cult. But Robert Reich, for Now This, has also drawn the comparison, noting Trump's intolerance for criticism and dissent. And anyone who does take issue with Trump is called a liar, a traitor, a phony. Trump's tactics are also culty because he claims and his supporters genuinely believe that Trump alone knows the truth, using fear as a key ingredient to foment blind loyalty and consolidate his base. This, all while actively and publicly doing things against the interests of his supporters and in complete opposition to his promises. One tool experts use to diagnose the severity of cult-like behavior is the BITE model, which is an acronym that stands for behavior, information, thoughts, and emotional control. If we look at the factors in each, a number of them stand out. Under the B for behavior, an important tactic is your time spent with group indoctrination and rituals and or self-indoctrination, including the internet. Under I for information, notable tactics include use of deception, minimizing or discouraging access to non-cult sources of information, and compartmentalization of information, meaning categorizing ideas and doctrines as either insider or outsider ways of thinking, and extensive use of cult-generated information and propaganda. Under T for thoughts, notable tactics include requiring cult members to internalize the group's doctrine as the one and only truth, using loaded language and cliches to construct knowledge, stop critical thoughts, and reduce complexities into platitudes and buzzwords, manipulating memories and creating false memories. Make America great again? What does that mean? When are we talking? Great for whom? It doesn't make sense. Also, rejecting rational analysis, critical thinking, or constructive criticism, forbidding critical questions about the cult leader, doctrine, or policy, and labeling alternative belief systems as illegitimate, evil, or not useful. And then finally, E for emotional control includes tactics like instilling fear in the cult members, including irrational fears about leaving the group or questioning the leader's authority. This threat of shunning is an incredibly powerful tool, as cult members have often distanced themselves from everyone in their life before the cult, so they have no one, and they have placed the entirety of their lives and personalities in this cult. It explains why, for example, sons are willing to turn their own fathers in for participating in the January 6th insurrection. They were too far gone, they pushed away their own families, and there was a distinct difference between their life, actions, and beliefs before Trump and after Trump. All of these tactics have been used to certain degrees throughout Trump's campaigns and presidency, and they continue to unite a shocking number of people. One thing that struck me in all of these tactics is the importance of information and controlling the narrative via the information that cult members consume. This is a huge part of Trump's tactics, made all the easier because of the siloing of people by political party in this country. If he wants to control the narrative base, all he has to do is post on Truth Social or call Fox News, and he's reached pretty much all of them. Internet conspiracy theories then do the rest. He's masterfully used the media in ways that would make any cult leader proud. Trump's employed all of these tactics and then some, leading his followers to believe that every bad thing that happened while Trump was president was not because of his policies, but in spite of them, that he's an innocent man forever being framed. He's capitalized on the us versus them mentality, causing his base to catastrophize the threats of the left into existential dangers that require a literal uprising to overcome. As a recent article in The Atlantic put it, for Trump supporters to call him out would be to call out themselves, and that's too painful for too many people. The greater the ethical compromises we make, the fiercer our justifications become, and the angrier and more frustrated we get at those who won't go along for the ride. Essentially, half of America has signed a deal with the devil in aligning itself with Trump, with the hate and resentment he espouses and proliferates, and now must double down because it's too painful to admit they were wrong. The cult of Donald Trump is so strong that anyone who wants a political future within the GOP is afraid to criticize him, to further his narrative that he and, by extension, his followers are being persecuted by the deep state, and that he and he alone is the savior, much like Jesus, who must rise again to fight for his people.
Right.
That is a dangerous, dangerous mindset to have. Oh my goodness.
Right. Yeah, it's wow. What
I
y'all
mean,
think about that?
I mean, it kind of
I wish
goes back to
Miss
this.
Stevie was still on here because I wish she was still on here because she's been talking a lot about these cults and stuff too and doing a lot of
Yeah.
comparisons. I wish she hadn't fell asleep, but it is what it is.
You know how she get, no shade.
Yeah,
She
that's
be
what I said.
working,
We
so
have
she
to do
be
a part
having to
two.
go to bed. But yeah, I mean, again, the thing that struck me earlier that I said before we started getting into the videos with the first video you showed us was again, they made right with the government and made right with God. And look at what's happening right here. It started with, or one of the expressions was through the whole Hitler regime. Now we're here. When we do more research on cults and stuff like that and how they work, it's literally
Hmm.
textbook cult mindset behavior. It's just that what Trump has been able to do, individuals like uh Charles Manson and all these other cult leaders could never be president of a country, not just once
Right,
but twice. Like he
right,
has been able to like manifest a high level of power to where it's like, again, because he is a broken individual who uses money as a way to validate himself. He's going to take all that from as many people as possible. Let's not forget this man is the same individual who was 900 million some dollars in debt and had to be um, basically saved out of his debt. So it's kind of like it's yes, America is a business and they got them a hell of a business person, but if we look at his businesses obviously are not doing good. So
None of them have
I
been
mean,
successful.
look at who the fuck he's connected with. The other nigga with the Elon Musk girl, and his shit is so fucked up, girl. I saw a picture where somebody had
right.
a fucking Cybertruck as a rental, and they had to put a damn note on there and say, "This is not my shit. This is a rental. I don't want to drive this monstrosity, please." You know what I mean? So it's just crazy to me, but this is where we're at. So it's like this is no longer just talking points. This is no longer just hypotheticals. This is a reality that everybody is dealing with. So as it was said in the video we just seen, these individuals are afraid to call out Trump because if they call out Trump, they got to call out aspects of themselves, and they're not ready for that. So at the end of the day, whether you want to call this shit out or not, or be called out or not, the universe is gonna do its part. This is the age of Aquarius, baby. Don't take it personal. That's everybody getting their ass whooped. Everybody, one person, the universe is dialing one number. Everybody phone ring. Joe Jackson's spirit is in the chat. It's gonna fuck everybody up. It's just funny that some of these people who feel privileged as if though it's not gonna happen to them, baby, we gonna sit back and watch. And when it does happen to you, don't ask for help. Do the fucking work, like we had to. That's how you gonna make it through. No shade. So it's gonna be a very interesting time.
Yeah. What say you, Harold?
Um, Not to sound like a broken record, but like I said, it's just really dangerous. And like to the man's point in the clip before, um, to his point about them doubling down, they would rather cut their noses and spite their
Right.
faces than to admit that they were wrong. And like I said, the doubling down of it all is what's going to be, or what's going to cause a domino effect, or a trickling down of the destruction of this country. And
Right.
all I can say is, people, those who are not paying attention, or feel like we have plenty of time to fix it, all I can say is you better wake up, because this is happening, and we don't have time to just sit by and wait for something to happen, or wait for something to pop off. We did, like, the time is now to be making the efforts to stop it while we can, because again, to that guy's point in the previous clip, this is getting dangerous. This is getting very dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, we're heading straight towards it, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down. People are, like you just said, Harold, and Bubs too. Like they're watching this happen. We're just watching it unfold, like it's a dream or something, that, or like we're watching a movie and we're just not really doing anything about it. We're just watching this train wreck.
It is scary.
Right.
Like to simply put it, it's scary.
It is. It's getting scary, and people are just watching it, and and it's like a lot of people figure like it's not going to happen really, and that's the
Or it
same
might
thing
not
they
happen
thought.
to them.
Right. Right, and that's the same thing that was happening over in Germany. They thought that oh, this he really can't do this, or he really can't do that. He can't take over, or he really can't implement these laws. He can't implement these policies. He can't take over the military, or anything. They think that it can't happen, or well, it's happening to them, and it's not happening to me, and and there's nothing I can do about it anyway. And that's kind of how we are now. It's like we're in, not all of us, but there are a lot of us who are just complacent, and thinking, well, that doesn't affect me, or that's not going to happen, or Trump really can't do this. The Republicans really can't do that, but they have been doing it.
They're actively working to do it though. Like they're actively working to pass laws where they can do it.
Right.
And you
And
better
then
believe that when it comes to him running for a third term, they are going to do everything in their power to ensure that he gets a third term.
Right. And then with these these cult like followings that like a lot of these dictators, they they get these cult like following, and then they in those cults, and you throw that religion and stuff in there, and that turns them against the rest of society, and they use those they use those cults to help them do their dirty work and to cause harm, and that's kind of where we're headed. And they're ready to back him. Though that January 6th people and the people that voted for him and stuff, even though there's some of them who are saying we didn't vote for this, the majority of them are still out there with Trump and want him to have a third term, and want him to implement his policies, even though it's going to hurt them and it's going to hurt the rest of society. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. We don't care. Just like that lady said, I don't care.
Yeah, which is why I said, wow, like he literally laid out like the destruction that is afoot, and she blatantly said, I don't care.
And she just said, and a lot of them think like that. A lot of a lot of, and I have to preface, and say not all, but like the stats in there said, the majority of white people, and also the white people who lived in certain demographics in different areas, they and older, they voted for Trump. The majority of white people did vote. The ones that voted for Trump. And that tells a lot, and then they follow it, and a lot of them are following him blindly, just like a cult leader, just like a David Koresh and Jim Jones, and and all that. That's how this shit starts. You start off getting these followers, and you build, and then it's a mind control, and then you get them so much under control. So it's kind of like religion, and not all religion, because some religion, some religious stuff is is good, but a lot of it can be harmful and bad of how people use it and how they hide behind their religion to do their dirty work, to dehumanize and oppress people. They use religion to do that, even in Christianity and stuff, like that, even with the Crusades and all that stuff, and how they, went by and slaughtered, societies and stuff, like that, or took over societies and stuff, and they use religion, and some use God and Christianity and stuff to in the name of God or whatever to do their dirty work, just like the KKK, the Aryan Nation and stuff. They purport to be Christians and religious, and for some reason they think that God created them white, like they were, like the earth, when in the beginning they were, that they were just here and they weren't, so.
The long clip that you played, I remember the narrator saying that the Jews were a stain on white Aryanism or the Aryan nation, but more than likely, like a lot of the Jays, a lot of them were white also. So that's why I'm like, what does that mean when you say that they were a stain on Aryanism?
Right, because Jewish is not a national. I mean, Jewish is not an ethnicity. It's like a it's like a I don't really know how to describe it, but I think it's more like a religion type thing. I don't, but I know Jewish is not an ethnicity because any ethnicity can be Jewish. You know, um, even though the majority of them lean, they probably lean more towards having whiter skin. But there's lots of Jews. There's Jews who have a little bit of color to them. And there's black Jews, there's white Jews, there's Asian Jews, there's Mexican Jews, there's all.
Yeah. But in reference to Nazi Germany, I think they were speaking of the other like other white people.
Yeah, they didn't consider them. They didn't consider them pure white. In the same way they didn't consider Italians and all of them, and they considered the Irish. They just considered them the scum of the earth. Until they needed them. Until they needed them during slavery to turn against the black folks. And then that's how that kind of all began, where black people, where white people started, even the poor whites, said,
They started
well, at least
classifying.
we're not them. Yeah, at least we're not them. We might be poor and white, whatever, but at least we're not them. They didn't used to think like that, but then they were turned against, the Africans and the slaves and stuff, and set up as better because they needed them. The landowners and all of them, they needed their vote. They needed a scapegoat and a somebody to help them demonize and dehumanize the black folks.
And not they over there treating us like they goddamn Angelica or something. You know what I'm saying? Just fucking up all the goddamn Rugrats girl. At this point, where is Susie Carmichael? Because that was the only girl that could get Angelica ass and
Okay.
Cynthia struggling
What'd you
head
say,
ass
Bubs?
together. Huh? You said what?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
No, I said.
Oh no, you ain't cut out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, no, I was saying like, excuse me. I said not they treating us like we damn like they Angelica or something. And we just the Rugrats getting fucked up. Tommy, Chucky, Phil and Lil just getting messed up and shit. But I said, where is Susie Carmichael? Because Susie Carmichael, the black one, not the
Yes,
white one, the black
one
one
that
girl
could
was
get
the
with
only one
Angelica.
that can get Angelica and Cynthia together, girl. Have Cynthia looking at Angelica like, well, she snatched whatever rest of strands of hair I had, bitch. So at this point, what's going on? So it's just interesting. Just interesting to me. So yes. Ooh, my eyes is low as hell. Damn.
Yeah, I
It's
think
like I know
I
something.
think this stream is gonna be jacked up because it just like when I go back, I'm gonna go back and look at the replay and see if it messed up through the thing because it just keeps it keeps skipping and different things keep popping up on my end saying that something's not working and the chat didn't the chat wasn't working properly. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, but it just seems like it's probably gonna be jacked up.
But I mean, I've had the entire live playing on my other phone that I
Yeah,
have
it's
for
playing
comment,
smoothly on my
and
end.
it's smooth. Like there were some moments where it was kind of a little bit laggy,
Okay.
like with some of the videos. But as far as like the actual live itself, it's not like choppy or fucked up. So,
okay, all right. Well, thank you. If it is out there, I'm sorry, folks. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, but they just kept popping. It wouldn't. I was trying to put chat, like the comments and stuff up, and it wouldn't take. It kept saying that there's an error and Rumble. Rumble. It cut down and said that it couldn't connect. I don't know what's going on with this stream. So, and then I was watching the videos and then I could hear a little bit of different things like it was skipping. So I don't know, but hopefully it's okay. People out there in the world that just want to watch it later. But
shout out to y'all.
Yeah. And Anything else, y'all, or anything else we want to?
I thank you for inviting me on to have a conversation. And like I said, hopefully we'll get to do a part 2 because I'm interested in seeing, the like the real dangerous parts of the rise of Nazi Germany as well as the downfall. So perhaps we'll get to have that conversation at a later time.
Okay, yeah, I'll do some research on that and then and get some like videos and some and get some literature and stuff together, and we can probably do maybe in a few weeks here we might do a follow up on it, and I want to hear what the Black anarchist has to say about what he was saying too, because that's pretty interesting.
As far
there's
as
much more to this. There's way much more to this than I could actually put on the screen, because I get this down to nothing.
the danger of Nazi Germany, especially at the height of World War II. We definitely have to touch on that.
Right. Yeah, and then and also when America actually came in to help, because we stayed out of it for a while because we were actually kind of helping. You know what I'm saying? So we weren't innocent in this either. We eventually came in and helped or whatever, but Germany had Russia and them on their side. They were following their playbook. And there's a lot more to this than I actually ever. And people can go click on that link. They can click on the link in my description of my page, and it'll take them to the whole story if they want to see the whole thing on slavery, the whole thing on Hitler, and even on those 2 last videos of the cults. I had to cut them down too, so because they said a lot more in them that can enlighten the audience, the public, to a lot more than how what I could have put on the screen here.
Right. And if anything, it's just letting people know, like, look, we can do some of the work as far as getting the information out in front of you. What you do with that information, whether you go further, it's up to you. Like, people don't have the luxury of being able to be ignorant for real anymore. We have supercomputers in our hands. We have AI now that can help us to learn things and educate ourselves. There's no reason why we should be ignorant. But again, if we still doing all these cyclic things and we've evolved as far as technology is concerned and education and information, and we're still here, something is very, 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 very wrong. But to me, like I say all the time on my platform, it's really about self-love. Again, this shit is really deep. It's really spiritual above all things. All this other stuff, racism, queerphobia, all of these are just expressions of this shit. There is a root issue here, and those people in positions of power will do any and everything to protect themselves from the fear. And the funny part is that as much as they try to do that, eventually fear will win. It has to manifest. So, they have to eventually go through it. So for the people who are part of humanity, for those who are going to study to show themselves approved and not be really submissive to the fear, this live is for y'all. Again, there are people out there that are going to share information, steer you in the right direction. You have to do the rest, because at the end of the day, when shit starts hitting the fan, I can't be there with you in your head. Harold, T for T, the Black Anarchist Podcast, Queen Stevie, anybody under the sound of my voice is not going to be there with you except for you. So make sure you love yourself and know who you are, so that no matter what happens outside of you, you will be able to hold steadfast to your own personal peace. Because if you hold on to something else outside of you and that has more power than inwardly, as this stuff falls, you're going to get fucked up in this situation. And a lot of people are not going to be able to recover. And the sad part about it is that a lot of people, unfortunately, are going to die. That's the sad part. And that includes possibly us on the platform. We don't know what's going to happen. But that's why community is important and self-love is important. So, y'all, let's have more of these conversations to go through the fear. To Harold's point, this is an introduction. Maybe we'll do part 2 to where we can delve into the horrors of what actually happened. You know what I'm saying? And prepare ourselves possibly for that reality if it comes to that point. But let's say it does come to that point. Look at slavery. Us escaping slavery was never, ever part of the plan. So there's always a way outside of this shit. We just gotta be smart and realize who we are as the fucking people. Because if you don't love yourself, you would do just like put that picture back up again real quick, T for T. Just like how these individuals are here, they're going to be controlled by the masses who are going to be in these cults. That's why I say watch these documentaries. There's so many damn cults and shit, sex cults, religious cults, to where they literally play on people's psyche, to where people literally be so afraid to walk away from it or tell the truth because of what will be done to them. And if somebody can fuck your mind up in that way, they ain't never got to lay a hand on you. They got you in here. That's the most important thing. World War III is going to be spiritual. So you need to get up in here and get up in here. That's where you really need to be at. Everything outside of you, that's secondary. That's after the fact. Seek the God inside of you first and let everything else be added unto you. So,
right. And these cults, these leaders, these so-called kings and dictators or whatever, they got these cults doing their dirty work. So they're the ones who they're gonna send out to kill people, to murder, to kill, to harm. Those are the ones, who are doing the work for these dictators and stuff.
Yep.
And as we've seen in a lot of cults, these cults have done a lot of, they've killed and all other type of stuff, and they've been killed. They've sacrificed themselves in these cults and have, drinking poison and done all other type of stuff and sacrificed themselves for the leader, the king.
Yeah, the king. And it reminds me of this joke lastly from a comedian named Some More. And she was saying like these individuals online be having these screen names and they be lying like a motherfucker. King Dingaling 69 at gmail.com. At home, dick so small, probably piss on his balls. Stay wet 24/7 at gmail.com. At home, pussy dried in a motherfucking graham cracker. So it's like, again, these individuals that be in these positions of power, it be like, y'all really be the weak ones. Y'all really be the weak ones. And it shows. It's so
Corrupt
sad.
as hell.
It's so sad.
The people in power, they're just corrupt as hell. And then they got these people following them. It's crazy how this works out like that, how this turns out like that.
And the blatant corruption that we're seeing in the United States right now is just totally mind blowing.
Right. Same thing though. It's the same thing. We're forgetting our history and we're starting to relive it. If we don't stop it, it's gonna be somewhat similar to what happened in Germany and other places. It wasn't just Germany where this shit happened. There's other places, with these dictators rule, because most countries and stuff in the world anyway are dictatorships. There's very few democracies.
There are dictatorships in the Middle East.
Oh yeah, they were most countries are ruled by dictators or kings or something, like that. We were kind of unique. Our little experiment here was kind of unique. And then there's a few other ones that became democracies, like Turkey and different places, but they done turned back into basically turned back into dictatorships and stuff too. So, but yeah, there's very few democracies in the world. Most people like being ruled over by a king or dictators. I don't know why they like that, and want to be suppressed and dehumanized like that, but it seems like they do, and it seems like a majority in our country now, not a majority, but half of the country now wants to be ruled by a dictator and want a king. Same ones that escaped Europe, saying they wanted to get away from that type of shit. They done brought it over here, and then now they want to be like that again. So,
at this point, that's their motherfucking story to get in the door. We've been going through this shit. Meanwhile, I'll be over here planting this shit as they're we see what's going on.
Right. Then they whine and complain about their fate. I can't believe this is happening to me. Why is this, and blah blah blah, and this is not what I voted for,
Welcome to niggerdom. Welcome to Nickendom. How you doing?
Right. Yeah. Okay. Anything else, guys?
I'm good.
I want to thank you, Bubs, and Bubs to God, and Harold, and Miss Stevie,
Yes, sir. Thank you for
and
having me.
Sean. What'd you say, Harold?
I said thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. No problem. Anytime. We fam now up in here, so we'll probably be doing a lot of these on everybody's channel. Pop it in.
But I do like coming to other people. I said, but I do like coming to other people's platforms as well, because I know I do a lot on my end too. So it's nice to, like I say, go to somebody else's house and kind of just sit back and chill and relax and still engage in the conversation. So I'll be actually looking forward to these type of lives, and I can't wait to do more and collab with other people. So I'll be liking it. So yes, if we make this shit like regularly or something, or plan on like this will be dope. Yeah, this would definitely.
Yeah, and you've been talking about, I've only been on for a year, or whatever, and I've talked about this stuff before, but you've been on for quite a few years, and you've talked about a lot of this stuff, and not just this, but you talk about a whole lot of stuff that's out there affecting the world, the LGBT community, the Black community, women, all type of stuff. You got all type of stuff on your platform, that people can check out, and and you even got some stuff on there about yourself, wonderfully made, and so you got a lot of good content over there, and then you're very entertaining too, so you'll keep them on their toes. So, but yeah, I appreciate y'all for coming on, and people go check out their channels, and thanks, Miss Stevie. She done fell off to sleep, which we know. They get up early. Deshaun, he probably headed off to work or got to get up early for work. And thank the Black Anarchists for coming on.
Yeah.
And all the other people who came in and who came in and commented. And appreciate everybody.
Awesome. Yes. Make sure you hit that like button.
Yeah, hit the like, share, subscribe button. We're trying. All of us are trying to get up to that 1,000 mark, subscriber mark.
We on the way. You halfway there, ain't you?
And help us get up there and share the video and like and stuff like that. That helps the algorithm. How YouTube is. It'll if you like and share or whatever, it'll send out the algorithm. And sometimes it'll bury your videos down for the down. But anyway, we appreciate everybody who came on today, and we appreciate the ones who are going to watch later. And I'm gonna play my little outro video, "Down with the King," because Donald Trump thinks he's a king, and and so I'm gonna play my little outro video, "Down with the King." So. Yeah, everybody have a good night.
All right, good night, everybody.
The Black Colin Powell, down with the kings. Let's go. A few days ago, I recalled this line. It inspired me to write this rhyme, so I wrote the rhyme I'm about to say. But first, rest in peace to Jam Master Jay. Second one for all, we represent the Trinity, a piece of the divinity, masculinity, femininity. Though we look differently, we are made in God's imagery. That's just a facsimile. I believe in you, cause in God we trust. Down with royalty, but up with my niggas. Down with patriarchal philosophy. No checkers or chess, this is monopoly over my life. No human reigns sovereign. Nobility ain't the goal, it's the problem. All traditions and doctrines, continent or quadrants being common is what we have in common. One day it will all make sense. The African continent has left its fingerprints, putting faces on dollars doesn't make sense. Pan-Africanism doesn't need a prince. No monarchy, no cops or thugs as grand marquis. Here's the real story, the poverty is feudalism on stolen property. The serf lives in poverty. They say we need rulers to avoid anarchy. Suspend primary, no matter your party. Trump robbery or Biden malarkey. Modern pharaohs are just oligarchy. No pyramid schemes, we're straight with no ruler. To all my brand Nubians, we're all grand poobas. Don't need James Cook, don't need a a kahuna. No Charles or Cortez, no Montezuma, no Mansa Musa, and suffering it brings. Change the name to 1,000 different things in every language. This is the song that I sing. Down with the king.
Right, world. All right, Dallas. Thanks for joining us today. Appreciate everyone, and everyone have a good night. And please like, share, comment, and subscribe. Bye, world.